Welcome to Stone Depot, Ghana's most trusted in natural stone, custom fabrication, and distribution. We produce from premium quality marble, granite, and quartz slabs procured from around the world. Stone Depot is also proud to be the official distributor of Cosentino products in Ghana, Southstone Quartz, and Decton Ultra compact surfaces. Our factory in Accra is geared with state-of-the-art machinery and professionals who can assist in customizing different stone shapes and sizes to suit your unique needs. We fabricate and install your unique measurements and templates exactly as you want them. Our professionals have mastered this age-old trade and guarantee the precision, quality, and beauty your project deserves. Between 2019 and 2020, we've supplied the Ghanaian market with 24,000 square meters of natural stone and created over 100 new jobs. Over the years, and with thousands of satisfied clients, Stone Depot has placed itself as the most trusted natural stone fabricator in Ghana. Our professionalism is displayed in works such as the Signature Building, the African Regent Hotel, the National Memorial Monument for the late Jerry John Rawlings, the Tribute Memorial Statue for the late Major Mahama, Imperial Homes, and Clifton Homes. At Stone Depot, we are always one step ahead when it comes to innovative trends and technological advances in the natural stone fabrication market. We were first to recently embark on the development of epoxy resin-based terrazzo slabs. We invite you to discover the endless possibilities that we have to offer for all your upcoming projects.
Hi everyone, my name is Kunal Ram, Director of X Interior Design Limited, specialist in drainage and bathroom solutions. Over the past 12 years, X Interior Design has successfully provided bathroom and drainage solutions on projects in industrial, residential and commercial fields all over West Africa. Our vision is to be one of the largest bathroom and drainage solution providers in the whole of West Africa. We represent global brands such as Jaqua, Oli, Glass, Akko, and Salgar. Our products are readily available in Kumasi, Takoradi, Tamale, and Accra.
Jaqua is a complete bathroom solutions under one roof. We have faucets, sanitary ware, flushing systems, showers, shower enclosures, whirlpools, freestanding bathtubs, inbuilt bathtubs, spas, saunas, and steam solutions. So, this is a manhole cover. It comes in round and square. We have composite and cast iron. We have the rooftop drains, kitchen galley drains, grease traps. Then we have the AquaQ Max for industrial or warehousing or port areas where you have a large surface area with heavy duty trucks passing. Then we have the monoblock drain, and we have the shower channels and for the various types of drains for both garage, entrance, balcony, etc.
Visit our showroom at Plot 34 Main Spintex Road, Accra.
Welcome to Stone Depot, Ghana's most trusted in natural stone, custom fabrication, and distribution. We produce from premium quality marble, granite, and quartz slabs procured from around the world. Stone Depot is also proud to be the official distributor of Cosentino products in Ghana, Southstone Quartz, and Decton Ultra compact surfaces. Our factory in Accra is geared with state-of-the-art machinery and professionals who can assist in customizing different stone shapes and sizes to suit your unique needs. We fabricate and install your unique measurements and templates exactly as you want them. Our professionals have mastered this age-old trade and guarantee the precision, quality, and beauty your project deserves. Between 2019 and 2020, we've supplied the Ghanaian market with 24,000 square meters of natural stone and created over 100 new jobs. Over the years, and with thousands of satisfied clients, Stone Depot has placed itself as the most trusted natural stone fabricator in Ghana. Our professionalism is displayed in works such as the Signature Building, the African Regent Hotel, the National Memorial Monument for the late Jerry John Rawlings, the Tribute Memorial Statue for the late Major Mahama, Imperial Homes, and Clifton Homes. At Stone Depot, we are always one step ahead when it comes to innovative trends and technological advances in the natural stone fabrication market. We were first to recently embark on the development of epoxy resin-based terrazzo slabs. We invite you to discover the endless possibilities that we have to offer for all your upcoming projects.
If people from Messi, I remember them. Me this come on boss so any 1 year cra. Franchise nana pay. Me the kaka just see uncle DBS. And I saw the banner show off as a phone. DBS for credit material for friend Colorlink Plus. If a day is you are boss of a DBS for the boy. Na DBS in Sano. Yanko DBS for. You see DBS for one chance in beer. The ball dance one. Empa enibi na mepe boga no kre Colorlink Plus material bia DBS akofa free Europe aba ye the ball dance wa emfedi gidia ye wo munti e ma 20 years warranty 20 years warranty look me jam about to ni 1 year company be see ko boss no apa afedi na saa color link plus material we say so e was self cleansing properties bia insuo ta na ahohoro ne ho awodam nso a wodam na nyunu
se DBS owo saa di pasa dia me munkotumi da na so ade pa de obo won ka mprenu an share fra Messi a me metremu. Me dis kama mo boss so any 1 year kura. Franchise na na pay. Me di kaka cho se enko DBS.
Hi everyone, my name is Kunal Ram, Director of X Interior Design Limited, specialist in drainage and bathroom solutions. Over the past 12 years, X Interior Design has successfully provided bathroom and drainage solutions on projects in industrial, residential and commercial fields all over West Africa. Our vision is to be one of the largest bathroom and drainage solution providers in the whole of West Africa. We represent global brands such as Jaqua, Oli, Glass, Akko and Salgar. Our products are readily available in Kumasi, Takoradi, Tamale and Accra.
Jaqua is a complete bathroom solutions under one roof. We have faucets, sanitary ware, flushing systems, showers, shower enclosures, whirlpools, freestanding bathtubs, inbuilt bathtubs, spas, saunas, and steam solutions. So, this is a manhole cover. It comes in round and square. We have composite and cast iron. We have the rooftop drains, kitchen galley drains, grease traps. Then we have the AquaQ Max for industrial or warehousing or port areas where you have a large surface area with heavy duty trucks passing. Then we have the monoblock drain, and we have the shower channels and for the various types of drains for both garage, entrance, balcony, etc.
Visit our showroom at Plot 34 Main Spintex Road, Accra.
Welcome to Stone Depot, Ghana's most trusted in natural stone, custom fabrication, and distribution. We produce from premium quality marble, granite, and quartz slabs procured from around the world. Stone Depot is also proud to be the official distributor of Cosentino products in Ghana, Southstone Quartz, and Decton Ultra compact surfaces. Our factory in Accra is geared with state-of-the-art machinery and professionals who can assist in customizing different stone shapes and sizes to suit your unique needs. We fabricate and install your unique measurements and templates exactly as you want them. Our professionals have mastered this age-old trade and guarantee the precision, quality, and beauty your project deserves. Between 2019 and 2020, we've supplied the Ghanaian market with 24,000 square meters of natural stone and created over 100 new jobs. Over the years, and with thousands of satisfied clients, Stone Depot has placed itself as the most trusted natural stone fabricator in Ghana. Our professionalism is displayed in works such as the Signature Building, the African Regent Hotel, the National Memorial Monument for the late Jerry John Rawlings, the Tribute Memorial Statue for the late Major Mahama, Imperial Homes, and Clifton Homes. At Stone Depot, we are always one step ahead when it comes to innovative trends and technological advances in the natural stone fabrication market. We are first to recently embark on the development of epoxy resin-based terrazzo slabs. We invite you to discover the endless possibilities that we have to offer for all your upcoming projects. Welcome to Stone Depot, Ghana's most trusted in natural stone, custom fabrication, and distribution. We produce from premium quality marble, granite, and quartz slabs procured from around the world. Stone Depot is also proud to be the official distributor of Cosentino products in Ghana, Southstone Quartz, and Decton Ultra Compact surfaces. Our factory in Accra is geared with state-of-the-art machinery and professionals who can assist in customizing different stone shapes and sizes to suit your unique needs. We fabricate and install your unique measurements and templates exactly as you want them. Our professionals have mastered this age-old trade and guarantee the precision, quality, and beauty your project deserves. Between 2019 and 2020, we've supplied the Ghanaian market with 24,000 square meters of natural stone and created over 100 new jobs. Over the years, and with thousands of satisfied clients, Stone Depot has placed itself as the most trusted natural stone fabricator in Ghana. Our professionalism is displayed in works such as the Signature Building, the African Regent Hotel, the National Memorial Monument for the late Jerry John Rawlings, the Tribute Memorial Statue for the late Major Mahama, Imperial Homes, and Clifton Homes. At Stone Depot, we are always one step ahead when it comes to innovative trends and technological advances in the natural stone fabrication market. We are first to recently embark on the development of epoxy resin-based terrazzo slabs. We invite you to discover the endless possibilities that we have to offer for all your upcoming projects.
So the banner show off as a phone. DBS for credit. Former where if you from Messia, Memetremu, Miss Kabama boss, any 1 year cry, franchising Nana pay.
Midika just code DBS. And I saw the banner show off as a phone. DBS for credit material for Faber friend. Color Link Plus.
A day is you are boss of a DBS for the boy.
In a DBS in Sano.
Yanko DBS for the DBS for one chance in beer. The ball dance one and maybe a mepe.
Boga, no crack. Color Link Plus. A material beer. DBS Aquafair Free Europe Abba. Yet the ball dance wa. Enfedi GDA yo munti. Amount 20 years warranty.
20 years warranty.
20 years warranty.
Look, me jam about a new one you. Company be siko boss no. Apa. Afedi.
Na sa Color Link Plus material we say so. It was self-cleansing properties bia. Insure ta na ahokoro ne ho. Awo dem so a, wo dem na you
Say DBS forward. Sa di pass dia me. Munko to me dan so. Adi pa di obo won ka mprenu an carry.
everyone, my name is Kunal Ram, Director of X Interior Design Limited, specialists in drainage and bathroom solutions. Over the past 12 years, X Interior Design has successfully provided bathroom and drainage solutions on projects in industrial, residential and commercial fields all over West Africa. Our vision is to be one of the largest bathroom and drainage solution providers in the whole of West Africa. We represent global brands such as Jaqua, Oli, Glass, Akko and Salgar. Our products are readily available in Kumasi, Takoradi, Tamale and Accra.
Jaqua is a complete bathroom solutions under one roof. We have faucets, sanitary ware, flushing systems, showers, shower enclosures, whirlpools, freestanding bathtubs, inbuilt bathtubs, spas, saunas and steam solutions. So this is a manhole cover. It comes in round and square. We have composite and cast iron. We have the rooftop drains, kitchen galley drains, grease traps. Then we have the AquaQ Max for industrial or warehousing or port areas where you have a large surface area with heavy duty trucks passing. Then we have the monoblock drain, and we have the shower channels and for the various types of drains for both garage, entrance, balcony, etc.
Visit our showroom at Plot 34 Main Spintex Road, Accra.
Welcome to Stone Depot, Ghana's most trusted in natural stone, custom fabrication, and distribution. We produce from premium quality marble, granite, and quartz slabs procured from around the world. Stone Depot is also proud to be the official distributor of Cosentino products in Ghana, Southstone Quartz, and Decton Ultra Compact surfaces. Our factory in Accra is geared with state-of-the-art machinery and professionals who can assist in customizing different stone shapes and sizes to suit your unique needs. We fabricate and install your unique measurements and templates exactly as you want them. Our professionals have mastered this age-old trade and guarantee the precision, quality, and beauty your project deserves. Between 2019 and 2020, we've supplied the Ghanaian market with 24,000 square meters of natural stone and created over 100 new jobs. Over the years, and with thousands of satisfied clients, Stone Depot has placed itself as the most trusted natural stone fabricator in Ghana. Our professionalism is displayed in works such as the Signature Building, the African Regent Hotel, the National Memorial Monument for the late Jerry John Rawlings, the Tribute Memorial Statue for the late Major Mahama, Imperial Homes, and Clifton Homes. At Stone Depot, we are always one step ahead when it comes to innovative trends and technological advances in the natural stone fabrication market. We are first to recently embark on the development of epoxy resin-based terrazzo slabs. We invite you to discover the endless possibilities that we have to offer for all your upcoming projects.
Hi everyone, my name is Kunal Ram, Director of X Interior Design Limited, specialists in drainage and bathroom solutions. Over the past 12 years, X Interior Design has successfully provided bathroom and drainage solutions on projects in industrial, residential and commercial fields all over West Africa. Our vision is to be one of the largest bathroom and drainage solution providers in the whole of West Africa. We represent global brands such as Jaqua, Oli, Glass, Akko and Salgar. Our products are readily available in Kumasi, Takoradi, Tamale and Accra.
Jaqua is a complete bathroom solutions under one roof. We have faucets, sanitary ware, flushing systems, showers, shower enclosures, whirlpools, freestanding bathtubs, inbuilt bathtubs, spas, saunas, and steam solutions. So, this is a manhole cover. It comes in round and square. We have composite and cast iron. We have the rooftop drains, kitchen galley drains, grease traps. Then we have the AquaQ Max for industrial or warehousing or port areas where you have a large surface area with heavy duty trucks passing. Then we have the monoblock drain, and we have the shower channels and for the various types of drains for both garage, entrance, balcony, etc.
Visit our showroom at Plot 34 Main Spintex Road, Accra.
Welcome to Stone Depot, Ghana's most trusted in natural stone, custom fabrication, and distribution. We produce from premium quality marble, granite, and quartz slabs procured from around the world. Stone Depot is also proud to be the official distributor of Cosentino products in Ghana, Southstone Quartz, and Decton Ultra Compact surfaces. Our factory in Accra is geared with state-of-the-art machinery and professionals who can assist in customizing different stone shapes and sizes to suit your unique needs. We fabricate and install your unique measurements and templates exactly as you want them. Our professionals have mastered this age-old trade and guarantee the precision, quality, and beauty your project deserves. Between 2019 and 2020, we've supplied the Ghanaian market with 24,000 square meters of natural stone and created over 100 new jobs. Over the years, and with thousands of satisfied clients, Stone Depot has placed itself as the most trusted natural stone fabricator in Ghana. Our professionalism is displayed in works such as the Signature Building, the African Regent Hotel, the National Memorial Monument for the late Jerry John Rawlings, the Tribute Memorial Statue for the late Major Mahama, Imperial Homes, and Clifton Homes. At Stone Depot, we are always one step ahead when it comes to innovative trends and technological advances in the natural stone fabrication market. We are first to recently embark on the development of epoxy resin-based terrazzo slabs. We invite you to discover the endless possibilities that we have to offer for all your upcoming projects.
If you put from Messi, I'm a metremu. Minutes come on my boss, so any 1 year crack. Franchise in Nana pay. The Kaka see Uncle DBS. And I saw the banner show off as a phone. DBS for crowd the material for Faber friend. Color Link Plus. If a day is you are, your boss of a friend, the DBS for a boy. In a DBS in Sano. Yanko DBS for. Yes, DBS for one chance in beer. The ball dance one. Empa enu bi na mepe boga no kre Color Link Plus material bia DBS akofɛ free Europe aba ye the ball dance wa
Emfedi, GDA yo womunti. Amount 20 years warranty.
20 years warranty.
20 years warranty.
Look, me jam about a new one you. Company be best boss no. Apa, afedi.
Na sa Color Link Plus material we say so. E was self-cleansing properties bia. Insuo ta na ahokoro ne ho. Awo dem nso a, wo dem na nyunyu.
Se DBS owo, sa di pass dia me. Mun ko tumi da na so. Adi pa di obo won ka mprenu an sare. from Messia, Mimetremu. Minister Mamaboso, any 1 year crack, and just in an apple. The Kakachi and code DBS. And also the banner show of us for DBS for credit material for Faber from Color Link Plus. From Messia, Mimetremu. Minister Mamaboso, any 1 year crack, and just in an apple for a boy. Kakachi and code DBS. You also the banner show of us for DBS for credit material for Faber from Color Link Plus. The board dash and back and look at me. Baga, I no crack. Color Link Plus. I am material. That was the DBS for the boy. Get the ball dance. What? You paid it. The man 20 years for 20 years. The ball dance. Me can about to when you. Baga, I no crack. Color Link Plus. I am material. Na sa Color Link Plus material we say so. Get the ball dance. What? Cleansing property. GDA na amount 20 years. 20 years. Look, me can about to when you. Compare the best boss. Na sa Color Link Plus material we say. It was self-cleansing properties there. In Kyoto, na ahokoro ne ho. Awo dem so a, wo dem na no. Se DBS owo, na di passage ya me. Mun ko tumi da na so. Adi ka de ba won ka ntrenu an sai.
faucets, sanitary ware, flushing system, showers, shower enclosures, whirlpools, freestyle bathtubs, inbuilt bathtubs, spas, saunas, and steam solutions. So, this is a manual cover. Comes around square. That's opposite and cast iron. We have rooftop straps. Garage entrance, balcony, etc.
Visit our showroom at Plot 34 Main Spintex Road, Accra.
Welcome to Stone Depot, Ghana's most trusted in natural stone, custom fabrication, and distribution. We produce from premium quality marble, granite, and quartz slabs procured from around the world. Stone Depot is also proud to be the official distributor of Cosentino products in Ghana, Southstone Quartz, and Decton Ultra Compact Surfaces. Our factory in Accra is state-of-the-art machinery and professionals who can assist in customizing different stone shapes and sizes to suit your unique needs. We fabricate and install your unique measurements and templates exactly as you want them. Our professionals have mastered this age-old trade and guarantee the precision, quality, and beauty your project deserves. Between 2019 and 2020, we've supplied the Ghanaian market with 24,000 square meters of natural stone and created over 100 new jobs. Over the years, and with thousands of satisfied clients, Stone Depot has placed itself as the most trusted natural stone fabricator in Ghana. Our professionalism is displayed in works such as the Signature Building, the African Regent Hotel, the National Memorial Monument for the late Jerry John Rawlings, the Tribute Memorial Statue for the late Major Mahama, Imperial Homes, and Clifton Homes. At Stone Depot, we are always one step ahead when it comes to innovative trends and technological advances in the natural stone fabrication market. We are first to recently embark on the development of epoxy resin-based terrazzo slabs. We invite you to discover the endless possibilities that we have to offer while your upcoming projects.
DBS. DBS for credit material for Colorlink Plus. A day is your boss of a DBS for a boy. In a DBS and Sano. Yanko DBS for. Yes, DBS for one chance in beer. The board down Sumawa and Pat and Nubina Lepe. Boga, a no crack, Colorlink Plus, a material beer. DBS Aquafair Free Europe Abba. Yet the board dance wa. Enfedi, GDA Munti. Amount 20 years warranty. 20 years warranty. 20 years warranty. Look, me down about a new one you. Company Bessico Boss. Apa. Na saa Colorlink Plus material we say so. It was self-cleansing properties bia. Insure ta na ahokoro ne ho. Awo dem so a, wo dem na no. Se DBS owo, saa di pass dia me. Mun ko tumi da na so. Adi pa di obo won ka mtrenu an sare. from where if you from Messia, Memetremu. Minutes come on boss, so any 1 year crack. Franchise in Nana pay. Midika catch your uncle DBS. And I saw the banner show off as a phone. DBS for crowd in material for Faber friend. Color Link Plus. A day is you are boss of a very DBS for the boy. In a DBS in Sano. Young DBS for the DBS for one chance in Bia. The ball dance empa enubi na mepe boga no crack Color Link Plus material bia DBS akofa free Europe aba ye the ball dance wa emfedi gidia ye wo munti amount 20 years warranty 20 years warranty look me jam about any 1 year company be se ko boss no apa afedi na sa Color Link Plus material we say so e was self cleansing properties bia insuo ta na ahokoro ne ho awodam nso a wodam na nu se DBS owo sa di pass dia me Munko to me down so. I the party about one can and carry.
Hi everyone, my name is Kunal Ram, Director of X Interior Design Limited, specialists in drainage and bathroom solutions. Over the past 12 years, X Interior Design has successfully provided bathroom and drainage solutions on projects in industrial, residential and commercial fields all over West Africa. Our vision is to be one of the largest bathroom and drainage solution providers in the whole of West Africa. We represent global brands such as Jaqua, Oli, Glass, Akko and Salgar. Our products are readily available in Kumasi, Takoradi.
We can start. We will start with a short word of prayer. And I'll look at somebody who the fire settles on to determine that you are in the spirit. And then I'll call you to give us a short word of prayer. Architect Asabia, please be on your feet. Come and give us a short word of prayer. You can choose to ask us to recite the Lord's Prayer, so you just come. Let's have, so that we can quickly go through the program. Thank you very much. Asabia. Yes, a round of applause.
Please shall we pray? Pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear God and Master Jesus, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for the opportunity to gather here. We invite you into our midst. We ask that you take absolute control. Make this program a beautiful one for us. We commit all those who are on their way coming. We ask that, Lord, you bring them here safely to join us. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. Pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Please, let's give a round of applause. Today, we want to recognize a few special people amongst us. First, our outgoing president, who is very known to almost all of us. Architect S.M. Kote, please be on your feet. I want the students from Central University to make you out. That is our president, our outgoing president. For the next 2 days, he still remains the president of the Ghana Institute of Architects. We have here the Honorary Secretary, Architect Augustus Richardson. And then from Saturday, we would have a new president who happens to be a very good friend of mine. Architect Foster, please be on your feet. Let's applaud him. Yes, so he is our incoming president for at least 2 years. Today we have also in our midst students from the Central University. Please be on your feet. Let's give them a round of applause. I have a few students in there. I do some small locum there, so so I've told them that the AGM will come in the exams, so they should listen with rapture. So thank you very much for coming, please. And then I would want to introduce the Dean of the Central University, Dr. Joseph Amwanyako. I'm sure you are not applauding loud enough. So Dr. Amwanyako has been away for almost 40 years. And he's back to help us with architecture education. So I think we should all be giving them support. At least if you want to place everything in perspective, Dr. Mwanyako's registration number is 249. Mine is 523. And so, Charlie, it's wide apart. So thank you very much for joining us for today. And then again, my mentor and my friend, Architect Theosoa, a past president of the GIA. I will skip our only Obroni amongst architects, Niteko Ivan Samfum, because I'm going to talk a bit more about him. But just give us a wave in Obroni style. Thank you. Right, so today we have 2 sessions in the mornings. We are going to have Architect William Niteko Ivan Samfum, and then Honorable Architect Mrs. Gisela Agbotui, Tete Agbotui, to speak to us. This year's theme is architecture, the past, the present, and the future. So we would learn some lessons from them. We would invite Mr. Elias H. to give us a short message. The Stone Depot is the platinum sponsor. So, Mr. Elias H., I think he said he wanted to come and speak to us himself. Can we please invite them to come to the stage? Whilst waiting for him, I think we can start showing some of the messages, please. Thank you. So after the message from the sponsor, we would get a bit of advice from the sponsors, and then we will introduce our first speaker, Architect William Niteko Ivan Samfum. Mr. Elias H., please. Thank you. Okay, whilst waiting, I think we can also give some props to some past members of council. We have here Architect Sena Gidigasu, soon to be Dr. Gidigasu. She's a member of council. Yes, Ms. Elias H., please. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Are they putting up the presentation? Okay.
So we prepared a presentation, but I don't think I'll be able to see what slides are there. So I guess we'll just wing it. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. My company, Stone Depot, has always been a fan of supporting the Institute. The opportunity for us to be here to support the AGM over these 3 days is one that we find ourselves very privileged to have. We want to thank Augustus for making it happen. When it came through, we quickly jumped on the opportunity because we work every day with architects. You are the pillar of all construction that happens. My name is Elias. I'm the owner of Stone Depot. We were established in 2016 with our headquarters in Oyarefa. That's where our factory is. We have a showroom coming up in Spintex. We have a presence in Kumasi. And we have a bigger factory which is being built now in Pram Pram. So mainly what we do is natural stone, marble, granite, engineered quartz, other engineered stones like Decton. And now we recently just added terrazzo as part of our project scope. Our service scope. We have experts and machines available to make custom products that fit, into your projects, regardless of whether it's flooring or cladding, wall cladding. It could be staircases. It could be kitchen countertops, tombs, monuments. All of that are custom made in our factory and installed. Our staff, we have a staff strength of 130 people. We have about 15 installation teams currently active all over Ghana. So some of the projects that we've been fortunate to work on have given us the opportunity to meet some of you here. And I think a lot of you can attest to the fact that we deliver according to the promises we make. We haven't disappointed yet. I hope, and we don't plan on disappointing you either. Some of the stones that we carry come from 15 different countries. So we have stones from our main suppliers. I should mention them. Cosentino, they're our partners from Spain. They make silestone and Decton, which are engineered stone materials made from natural minerals. I'll give more of a product presentation tomorrow. I'll prepare something with pictures and I'll give kind of like a demonstration. But they've supported us from the beginning in supplying us with these engineered stones, which are excellent for kitchen tops, for staircases, flooring, all the things that I mentioned. We bring in stones from, like I said, from 15 different countries, including many African countries. Now we've also started producing some from Ghana as well. So we have local stones we provide for like cobblestones and pavers and, the sizes are not very big, but at least we've started, making use of the raw materials that are available on the ground. I sincerely hope that by the end of this event, I'll get to meet everybody that I haven't met And I extend a direct invitation, all of you, to come over to the factory so that you can learn more about our company. We need you. There are many projects, and we work on a lot of them, but there are always more for us to collaborate with. We look at ourselves as an extension of your team. We do not sell a specific product or service. Everything we do is bespoke. Customers come to you with budgets, they come to you with specifications. All we do is we try to meet them in terms of price, product, and service. Engage us, and we will be happy to support you. For now, I go back to say thank you again for the opportunity. I really, really appreciate it. I don't know how much time, I wasn't told how much time I was given, but I want to make this presentation short, and then tomorrow I'll have a more informative presentation prepared. So, some of our pictures will be displayed here. I'll be hanging out outside, and I look forward to meeting everyone personally. All right, thank you so much.
A round of applause for Elias. I've known Elias for 10, 12 years, and he's always been a very delightful person to deal with. Let's make time and ask questions when you get to their stand, and pick up a card. You never know when you would need them. And then also for the students, maybe we could arrange for you to visit the factory to see what is being done. So, Doc, more assignments. Thank you very much. So today, I think we can go ahead and start with the talk without. So today we have 2 talks, as I mentioned, and we have one of our own. He went to Achimota School. He was in KNUST from 1976 to 1982. He was a co-winner of Frank Lloyd Wright Prize. And for those of us who went to KNUST, that is the best final year thesis prize. He did his national service in the Department of Architecture and did full-time lecturing for 2 years and 7 years part-time. I was one of his students during the days when he was doing part-time lecturing. He taught history of cultures and landscape architecture. He also established and taught the design course at Ashesi University for 4 years. He's practiced since 1986. I was in Form 4. I was here to write my O-level. And he set up his firm, Evans Amfum and Associates. He's done a lot of projects in Ghana, Togo, and Benin. He's cumulatively served on the Council of the Ghana Institute of Architects for 10 years. He was on the library committee, publicity secretary two times. He worked on the GIA magazine. He was vice president. He was president from 2006 to 2008. He was the one who initiated World Architecture Day celebrations in Ghana with the Ghana Institute of Architects. I think you have to applaud for this one. He also revived Lifetime Achievement Awards, which is something which we are planning to pick up and run with. He established the northern chapter of the Ghana Institute of Architects and also started the advocacy with the BUSAC advocacy program, on which I served and also ran with it for another program. He took the GIA to the AUA and UIA, where he was, I think, West African president for the UIA. He's been an examiner for 14 years for the professional practice examinations. He's represented the Institute at numerous international events on the AUA. He's been on the AUA Council since 2005. He's adjudicated competitions in Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda, and also been part of the validation panel for the Commonwealth Association of Architects. He's a board chairman of Young Educators Foundation, the organizers of Spelling Bee, for those of you who know about that, and then also the Young Debaters for the past 14 years. He's a board member of Opportunities Industrialization Center, where they do some training for middle-level technical skills. He has a lot of interests. Some of us have seen him play guitar. He sang at various AGMs. He's a sportsman. He plays cricket. I don't know how many of you play cricket. Cricket is a Brofo game. He's played cricket and hockey at the national level. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Architect William Niteko Ivan Samfun.
Thank you very much, Tony. As our president said yesterday, sometimes when they are reading the introduction, you're not sure who exactly they are talking about. But I call Tony my chief of staff, because when I was privileged to lead the institute as president, I had a very solid core of people around me. Some who had the misfortune of being my students, like Tony, Gisela. I won't mention the rest, so let's leave it at that. But for me, it's a great pleasure to be here. Mr. President and Council, past President Theo Akufo-Addo, I think you were the first president I served under. Students, fellow architects, I want to thank the GIA Council for inviting me to speak to you today. But let me make a little clarification. I won't be speaking about architecture, past, present, and future. We are launching the 60th anniversary of the Institute. So I'd rather be talking to you about the activities of the Institute over the past 60 years. I'm not sure why I was selected ahead of my more senior colleagues, but it occurred to me that I have spent a total of actually 12 years on council. That's non-consecutive. So that makes me achieve Mugabe status. I was privileged to serve under 4 presidents, Mr. Akufo-Addo, who is here, the late architects Yate and Amprechum, and Felix Abbey, before my own term of office as president, and then a final 2 years under the presidency of architect Osaya Jiman as the immediate past president. So I guess that makes me an MBA, as they say, Mbibache. But 60 years in the life of an individual or organization is worth celebrating and should represent a period of growth and achievement. Within an organization, personalities will have changed over the years. And a time like this calls for sober introspection and reflection. How true have we been to our vision and ideals? Cultures the world over have sayings or proverbs that highlight the importance of looking back and learning from the past. As they say, those who do not learn from history are condemned to repeat it. So what lessons have we learned over the years, and how did it all begin? Those of you who know me will remember that I taught history of cultures, as it then was. And it would be good to refresh our memories regarding the establishment and growth of professional associations. Sometime in the 14th century, what's called the medieval period or the Middle Ages, Growing populations in towns and cities led to increases in specialization and the division of labor, who began to organize themselves into craft guilds. These guilds were made up of craftsmen and artisans in the same occupation, such as carpenters, bakers, blacksmiths, weavers, masons, and were organized into a hierarchy as follows. You had the masters as the highest accomplishment and status. Then you have what they call the journeymen, sort of middle level, and then the apprentices, who were the beginners. And it struck me that it's very similar to our own structure as an institute. For masters, read fellows. For the journeymen, middle level, read associates. The apprentices will be the probationers. But in those days, a workman's skill determined both the quality and the quantity of his output. Apprentices and journeymen underwent long periods of training under the guidance of a more experienced workman. And when he could produce a work that met the approval of the guild masters, then he would gain full admission into the guild. So call it his professional practice exam. But the work that cemented his admission was known as a masterpiece. That is where the origin of that word comes from. A masterpiece is a unique piece of work. And in those days, it showed that you had attained a certain level of skill and proficiency. Now, some of these guilds became very wealthy and had their own meeting houses called guild halls. They wielded a lot of political power. Let's keep that at the back of our minds. And its members were well respected within the community. And what they did was they set certain standards within their trade or craft. They provided quality control, and they also provided training and instilled in members a civic responsibility, and in so doing, they were able to exert an influence on society. And these guilds were the precursors of our modern professional organizations. And even after several centuries, the name and objectives of these organizations still are all in the UK. I think the first Ghanaian architect was the architect T.S. Clarke, and the others, and then we had in the US, you had architect Victor Adegbite, our own Professor Owusu-Addo, the first generation of Ghanaian architects. Because of our colonial history, almost all of them were trained in the UK. And because we were a British colony, there were several British or Commonwealth architects practicing in the country. With Kwame Nkrumah's perceived Soviet leanings, there were also a fair number of Eastern Europeans in the mix. And so you have names like Maxwell Fry and Jane Drew and James Cubitt that were well known to all, who were later joined by Lutz Christians, Tony Highland, and not to mention Hannah Schreckenbach. In August 1954, the Gold Coast Society of Architects was formed, consisting almost entirely of expatriate architects. It was described by somebody as a social club for expatriates. And the following observation by architect Adegbite lends credence to that, and I quote, "Meetings were held at the International Club, where business was coupled with purchases of beer and roasted plantain at the table." These days it will be beer and a confirm at the table. But the expatriates did not relate too well with their Ghanaian counterparts, and there was soon a movement to establish another organization supported by government and the then Vice Chancellor of UST, Dr. R.P. Baffour, where the only school of architecture was cited. This had overwhelming support from the Ghanaian architects, and on 9th November 1962, the Ghana Institute of Architects was founded. Present were architects D.K. Dawson, T.S. Clarke, who became the first president, Professor Owusu-Addo, architect O.T. Ajiman, architect Ike Suaku, Mr. Architect Martin Edudonko, KG Che, Courage Togobo, all of whom are of blessed memory. But these were the Ghanaian architects who were the nucleus of the Institute. And architect Adegbite goes on to say, and I quote again, "The decision to found the GIA was not parochial, but a fulfillment of a need to meet a necessary requirement in the attainment of independence and a republican constitution which needed a body of architects that could really be a part of the aspirations of the country in the field of architecture and physical nation building." So already the ground was set, and high standards and expectations were expected from the GIH. So there was GIA, sorry. So there was much expected to show that Ghana had more than, as they say, flag and anthem independence, and that indeed the black man was capable of managing his own affairs, as Kwame Nkrumah boldly declared, and became a rallying cry for many countries in sub-Saharan Africa. One would have thought that the two parties, that's the expats and the locals, would find a way to work together. But the going was very, very rough initially. And I want to read to you something which the late architect Bodote wrote in this period. "The British architects frustrated and stifled the Ghanaian counterparts on their professional practice examination, making very few black architects eligible for induction into the GIA. This was met with some displeasure by the young Ghanaian architects. Architect Ken Amprichum and architect Akakpo, led by architect D.S. Bodote, confronted architect Kenneth Scott at his residence on the affairs of the Institute, specifically on the need for black architects to run it. And this was achieved at the risk of their lives, in that Kenneth Scott threatened to shoot the trio, and the three absconded very quickly on seeing him approaching with a pistol. So you see, things were not rosy in the beginning. But finally, sanity prevailed, and the Institute was formally inaugurated on 11th December 1964. The following year, it merged with the Gold Coast Society of Architects, and there was now just one professional body representing the profession of architecture. Meanwhile, having blazed the trail in 1957 by gaining independence, Ghana was being watched closely by other countries to see how they managed this transition from colonial dependency to full independence. The Nigerians, in particular, learned a few lessons. The NIA, Nigerian Institute of Architects, was actually formed in 1960 by a group of Nigerian architects, not in Nigeria, but in the UK. And it superseded the Nigerian Society of Architects. This was then transported to Lagos in 1962 and formally inaugurated by the Prime Minister Alhaji Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa in 1964. The point to note here is, having taken note of the friction between expats and locals in Ghana, the eligibility criteria for NIA membership was made very, very stringent. And I'm reliably informed that to date, only 2 expatriates have been given membership. That's Professor John Godwin and his wife, Gillian. Those of you familiar with the CAA, Tony Godwin, who was the secretary for that's his father. Only 2 Oyibos have been given NIA membership. So the Nigerians took a cue from what was happening in Ghana. Politically, as I said, Ghana had become the face of the new Africa, young, dynamic, and making great strides, in professionalism. This was around the time that the Medical Association was formed, the Bar Association, and so on. Now, the Belgian Congo, which became Congo-Kinshasa and then Zaire, and is now the Democratic Republic of Congo, was also having political turmoil after independence. The first attempt to establish a national order of architects was in 1959, but this was not successful because it was done by the state and did not come from the body politic, as it were. It was imposed on them from the top. And this does not represent the will of the locals, most of whom were trained in France. They were looking to Ghana to see how our professional associations were organized. And this became even more critical during the Congo crisis in 1960, when a team of Ghanaian doctors was sent to Congo and carried out life-saving work because Congo did not have a single locally trained doctor. Now, this is, for me, very interesting because my father led the team of doctors to the Congo. And to tell you a funny story, my mother, as you know, came from the US, and at that time she had gone to visit her family. And my father was in Congo, so we were with our grandmother and so on. And Daddy came back with a lot of artifacts and so on, including a beautiful carving of a Congolese woman. So one of my siblings, in his enthusiasm, wrote a letter to my mother. He says, "Oh, Daddy is home and he brought a Congolese lady." The next flight from the US had my mother on board. And the issue was resolved. But that Congolese lady is still hanging on the wall in the house. So you see that the establishment of professional associations, not only architecture, but law, medicine, pharmacy, and so on, in Ghana, had a very positive impact on the sub-region and beyond. But in assessing our 60 years of existence, these are some of the questions we should be asking. 1, how far have we come in achieving our vision or mission? What has been the impact of the GIA on individual architects? Someone said that the GIA should concern itself with the welfare of the individual architect. How has the Institute impacted national life? How is the Institute regarded outside the country? Has the Institute equipped me with the necessary skills and expertise to become a better architect? And has an enabling environment been provided for dialogue and constructive engagement, even within cells? Has the image of the profession been enhanced? And are more people aware of who we are and what we do? I remember one of the initiatives was the Build It Right. We had this television program, and I must say the feedback was overwhelming and very, very positive. It projected the Institute in a very positive light, and it showed people the correct way to go about doing things. And I'm saying this because in the same way we can project ourselves positively, it is also possible to project a very negative view of the Institute. And that's why I'm saying that we should have mechanisms for engagement, within the body politic. I dare say some progress has been made, but more needs to be done. The GIA cannot be static, has to be dynamic, responding to both changing trends in the society, profession, new technologies, and so on. It has been said that the Institute's primary concern should be the architect and his or her welfare, and the regulatory body should concern itself with architecture and the practice of architecture, but the two should work harmoniously to achieve the same goal. When I first joined council, there was not much doing. There were less than 500 architects. Business was conducted through the committees. Once in a while, we had the monthly council meeting. And I was assigned to the library committee chaired by architect Stuart G. And shortly after that, I received a letter instructing me in civil service language to hold myself in readiness for a meeting. Well, I'm still holding. That meeting and other subsequent meetings never came on. Not much happened outside Accra. All GIA functions and activities more or less took place in the capital. And I remember during my presidency, architect Jating, you know him, came up to me at one of our functions and told me quite bluntly, Mr. President, we are the Ghana Institute of Architects, not the Accra Institute of Architects. So that was what gave impetus to the formation of the Northern Chapter and having our mid-year meetings in Kumasi. And it was gratifying to see that a few years ago, we actually had a whole annual general meeting in Kumasi. It would be nice to move our AGMs from region to region, like the doctors, lawyers, engineers, etc. But right now, our numbers and regional distribution do not make it viable. If you're a doctor, in every region there's a hospital. So there's employment, there are private clinics, and so on and so forth. So the doctors can have their conference in Bolgatanga, and the lawyers can go to Sunyai or Cape Coast or wherever, because there's the Attorney General's office. There are institutions and organizations that provide direct employment. Until such time that we have this representation in all the regions, we will have to find other ways to constructively market ourselves. I know several attempts have been made to engage with the MMDAs to discuss how best our skills and expertise can be put at the disposal of those who most need the services of an architect. And I want to encourage the Institute not to relent in its efforts. If this is a joint effort with the built environment professionals and supported by government, it stands a good chance of success if properly packaged and presented. Years ago, I had the opportunity to meet with the then Minister for Local Government, and I was there in the company of the late Professor Miltete. He was the registrar ARC. I went with the president of the engineers, then engineer Akwabwa, the surveyors president, surveyor Abose, and all the presidents. We went there, and we discussed this very issue. How could we make the services of the professionals accessible to those in Brahabebumi and other places, where they probably haven't even heard the word architect? And we had discussed this before. There were the built environment professionals the presidents would meet. So we had a roadmap, some suggestions, some modeled on what was happening in some of the Francophone countries. At that time, there were 110 districts, and there were exactly 110 architectural firms. We proposed that each architectural firm partner with selected building professionals and be given oversight responsibility to work with the assembly when it came to development control, approval of drawings, sending our young architects there to get experience. And the minister was very impressed. He called in his chief director, and he took notes. We agreed to meet in a fortnight's time. The following week, the minister was reassigned. The new minister didn't even want to see us. Why? Because if it had been successful, he would not get the credit for it. And until such time that our politics is determined by policies and programs and not personalities, we will continue to have these sorts of issues. And this is all the more reason why our architects need to find themselves in positions of authority. I would go further and say that not all architects need to practice. Not all architects need to practice. Yes, professional practice is the bedrock of architecture, but not everyone needs to do that. It's like they say, not everyone needs to get married. We need architects in academia, local government, civil service, politics, and in other areas where their training as an architect would stand them in good stead and where they can work in the interest of educating the populace and promoting the profession. And here the Nigerians have beaten us to it. They've had architects as senators, state governors, cabinet ministers, and they've even had 2 vice presidents who are architects. Who can name them? Ekweme, and the second one? Remember President Goodluck Jonathan? Who was his vice president? His vice president was a gentleman called Namadi Sambo, architect Namadi Sambo. And when I met him, he was then the governor of Kaduna State. And how we got to meet was the Nigerian Institute of Architects wanted to make him a fellow of the institute. And you know Nigeria, they do things in a big way. So I was then the president, and they extended an invitation. So I went there with my 2 lieutenants, Charles Jogwenuku and Hoffman Latte. And when they heard that the GIA president was coming, they pulled out all the stops, you know. So when we got there, there was a limousine to meet us, took us to the governor's guest house. You know, Charles and Hoffman were given very nice rooms. You know, the president. I had a living room reception area, about 3 or 4 different furniture groupings, about 3 plasma TVs, a bar, and this is just the living room. Enter the bedroom, this huge bed, about 16 people could have slept there. You know, another 2 plasma TVs, and then the bathroom, jacuzzi, and we had just traveled from Accra to Abuja. And I said, Charlie, as for this jacuzzi, me and him. So, you know, you strip off and jump in the jacuzzi. There was no water. This is the governor's guest house, no water. You had to yell downstairs, and they will pour water from a well, and up to you. Anyway, those of you who've been there, you know what I'm talking about. That's why I say everybody should visit Nigeria at least once before they die. But the point I'm making is this. If we want to have a voice in formulating policies and influencing decisions that affect us, then we need to cultivate a lobby in the highest political circles and encourage our members to actively seek public office when the chance arises. That is why I have so much respect for Gizi and Kwame Agboja and the people, you know, late Kenan Prechum, Steve Akufo, who have held, you know, ministerial positions. You know. This is what we need to aspire to. Not everybody needs to sit in an office and deal with difficult clients. There are other ways that you can advance the interests of the profession. As the saying goes, if you do not have a place at the table, then be sure that you are on the menu. Again, as an institute, and our impact on national life, it has been a global feature that anytime there is oppression and injustice in the society, it is the students and professionals who are in the forefront of organizing protests and resistance. Perhaps because we see it earlier than most. And as architects, we have a social conscience. Some of you may remember that the GIA was very active in the Association of Recognized Professional Bodies. And together with the NUGS leadership that led the opposition to the regimes of the Supreme Military Council in the late 79, 80, 81. And let us not forget the price that some of them paid. Late architect Yate was imprisoned for 10 months. Our own architect, Ato, was forced into exile in Canada and has not been able to return. Yes, that's right, I've seen him. But he was in exile for well over 25 years. These are the other things that society expects of us as professionals. And it is only under the umbrella of the institute, working with other professionals, that we can make an impact. We should not be afraid to speak up when necessary. These days they call it speaking truth to power. And not only when it affects our livelihoods. Let me touch briefly on another area before I close. How are we perceived abroad? Architecture is a global profession, and having an insular outlook does not augur well for the profession, which thrives on ideas, exposure, and exchange of views. As they say in the local parlance, travel and see. This is why strong visibility and presence on the international stage is essential. Currently, we have 3 international memberships or affiliations. The first is the Commonwealth Association of Architects, because of our colonial history, that is probably the oldest and strongest. KNUST enjoys validation from the CAA and guards this very jealously. At one time, the Kumasi School was considered the best school in Black Africa, and it is still ranked very highly. Despite all the challenges, I think the lecturers deserve our gratitude and commendation for the work they do under very difficult circumstances. And Ghana has played a very prominent role in CAA affairs over the years. It was very likely that but for his untimely demise, the late architect Martin Edubedu would have become the first Ghanaian president of the CAA. Professor Ralph Mills-Tete, of blessed memory, served as vice president for Africa. Professor Usuado has been chairman of the Commonwealth Board for Architectural Education. At the moment, Professor S.O. Afram and myself, we are members of the validation panel for CAA schools of architecture within the Commonwealth. But over the years, our presence and our impact has declined. Who knows, for instance, that the CAA is having the General Assembly in Trinidad sometime in June or July, or Hun or Hulai, as they say, if the J is silent, right? And it is worth mentioning that these affiliations, they are not on an individual basis. You are a member because of your institute. Commonwealth Association, you look at it, the members are the Ghana Institute of Architects. It doesn't say the member is Professor Usuado or Architect Eko Santo. It is the Ghana Institute of Architects. And anytime we go there, we are represented. It raises the profile of our institute. Then we have the Africa Union of Architects. Some of you may not know that Ghana was a founding member. And in the late 70s, early 80s, and so on, we were very, very strong. In fact, the late Dr. Boahini at one time held the position that I held recently, vice president for West Africa. Those days, he was working with the Bank for Housing and Construction. They were able to support his travels. So we had a presence at the continental level. When things got bad, the bank folded up, fizzled out. Nobody even knew that there was an organization called the Africa Union of Architects. How did we get back? I happened to be at a conference in South Africa on sustainability, and there was a delegation from Nigeria that were distributing flyers. AUA Congress in Abuja. What is the AUA? Looked at it, and the Nigerians, and I told by then President Felix Abe, this is something we have to go. How can you have a continental body of architects without representation from Ghana? Later on, we found out that a couple of architects domiciled in the UK had been representing Ghana. We didn't know them, we didn't know, as they say, we didn't know them from anywhere. But they had been going, and because of our inactivity, taken the slot for Ghana. So we decided that we had to go. And in 2005, I think President Abe, myself, Eugene Oforiatta, Stella, the immediate past registrar, and was it Charles Hoffman? Anyway, we went, 5 or 6 member delegation. And when it was announced that Ghana was there, the whole hall gave us a standing ovation. Because they know the standards that Ghana had set with regard to architects and architectural education, and they felt that we had been missed. And it was on the strength of that and our participation there that I found myself on the AUA Council from 2005 to date. And we've been hoping that more and more people will get interested in these international fora, so on. Because our friends in Nigeria, they don't play with it at all. They hustle to go to the AIA, American Institute of Architects, convention and so on. Why? Because it gets them CPD points. They have all sorts of seminars and workshops, and you can work towards becoming an associate of the AIA. And you can put it on your business card, AIA International Associate. So whenever there's a convention or something, they are there in their numbers. And I remember when we went to Alexandria, the AUA Congress, again, Ghana, I think there were 5 of us. We managed to put together 5 people. And maybe another country, 2. This country, 1. This is Nigeria, 53. They needed their own bus just to squire them around. They recognized the importance of these international assignments and conferences, which is why it's not such a bad thing when you have people like Sir David Ajayi, Joe Sayado, people who have a presence on the international stage, and they can say that they are members of the Ghana Institute of Architects. So, the International Union of Architects, again, we were totally invisible as far as the UIA was concerned. And yet, the UIA is the global body for architects. And they have commissions, they have publications. I think I gave some to the Institute Library, protocols on practicing in a host country, and so on and so forth. We've been managed to get Ghana into the UIA, I think, 2008 or so. We've been to 2 congresses, but again, there has been a lack of participation. And all this is to the detriment of the image of the Institute. Let me conclude by saying that the Institute has to be more proactive and less reactive. One of the reasons why RIBA is so successful. I mean, everybody, you go out there, they're talking about the REBA conditions of service, REBA work program, and so on. What is it that they have, or the AIA, or they are doing, that we cannot do? And it all comes down to a commitment of leadership. You need visionary leadership that can pull along the rest of the body politic, let them buy into the vision. And the second thing is that the members need to know that if they offer themselves for service in the institute, in the long run, it comes back to them. CPD programs, whatever program it is that will benefit the individual architect, ultimately benefits the institute, because you are only as strong as your weakest link. You know, I've heard a lot of young people say that the institute should do this and the institute should do that, and they should see who is the institute. It's not me, it's not the president. The institute is all of us. And you do not need to be in a position of leadership on council or so on to be a leader. One of the initiatives that I found very interesting some time ago was the work streams. Unfortunately, not too many people signed up to that. But the bottom line is this: you will only get out of your institute what you put into it. I've tried to give you a history of where we came from, what we've tried to do. You know, Gizzy and Cecil will take it a step further. But let's look forward with optimism to the next 60 years of the Ghana Institute of Architects. We have the men and women, we have the future. What sort of legacy are we leaving for them? They should be able to, you see, it's like a relay race. You come in, you do the best you can with the resources you have within the time you have. And true leadership means being able to raise a second generation of followers. So when you look at the African leaders who say, oh, I'm the only one who can do it, it is a failure of leadership. If, God forbid, the whole council should perish tomorrow, their vision should not perish. The ideals of the institute should not perish. There should be a crop of people waiting in the wings who have seen what the rewards are of active service to the Institute of Architects. And so today, as we launch our 60th anniversary celebrations, I want to ask us all to recommit ourselves to the Ghana Institute of Architects, to building it up, to making it bigger and better nationally and internationally. Thank you for your attention. Oh, you just said 4. You've added 1.
Yes, 5 questions. So 5 questions. For those who have joined us online, please, if you want to ask a question, you can raise your hand. Somebody wants to ask a question.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. It's a privilege. My friends are laughing because they know I ask a question. Sir, looking back, you've said so much. If you were pushed to the wall to say one thing, one very thing, I mean, if you had to get back to become the president of the GIA, you wish to see changed or moved in one form of direction, what would be that particular thing? Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? If there was one thing
One thing that you had to pick, and if you had to go back to becoming the president, what would you change or move? Thank you. One thing.
Wow, that's a hypothetical question. I've always believed that, as I said in closing, leadership is a collective responsibility. I would have wished that while I was president, even though we made efforts to start it, that we had had more CPD programs, continuing professional education. Because in the long run, your members are going to ask themselves, how has membership of the Institute made me a better person, a better practitioner, a better professional? How has it improved my communication skills, and so on, right? And for me, I think this is, what I would have wanted to implement. More continuous professional education, to build capacity within the body politic.
Past President Nita Kuriban-Sanfum, I think, first of all, let me say that it was a great pleasure listening to you on the topic that you just delivered, and I think very thought-provokingly, looking at, where we have come from and what the genesis of this institute was is very important. Since you have such an international appreciation of the various institutions, of course, the AUA, and indeed your collaborations with sister institutions as the NIA and so on and so forth. One of the things you said in the end about how we continue to push the work of the Institute forward, I think, for me, lacked one thing, and nobody wants to really talk about stuff like that, but if you look at the RIBA that you mentioned, it is supported by the Queen's Commission, royalty. It is also supported by big industry in the UK. It shocked me to find out, and I think it should be worrying to all of us, that the RIBA is able to generate, the last I read, £42 million almost annually towards its activities. And it tells you the failure of, let's say, the larger body politic. In your opinion, obviously, one of the things that I think will run a great institute is good resources, funding. And of course, we are thankful to the various suppliers and all of these people. But how do we get around the issue of funding? Should the institute is set up by the Professional Bodies Act, and because in proper society, you must have a group of architects whose work is to really take care of that built environment, and that we don't go about doing the things we're doing in this country ad hocly. Shouldn't government be assisting? Shouldn't big industry be challenged to continue to support the work of the Institute? Of course, we will make that cry. But I think that in the NIA, and since I think the NIA is hugely subvented by the government of Nigeria. I may be wrong, but you have that. I think resources are part of that. I didn't hear that as part of the presentation. What's your take on that? Thank you.
Well, it's a chicken and egg situation. There's a saying that he who pays the piper calls the tune. The danger of getting sort of direct subvention is that after a while, you stand the danger of becoming subservient to the people that are providing the funds, and you may not be able to prosecute your own agenda the way that you want it to. Again, Tony, if I remember correctly, one of the things that we put down and we wanted to do as a council was to build strategic partnerships with the major players in the construction industry, say Stone Depot and so on, right? That, let's say at the beginning of each year, where they would say that, okay, we are going to, for this year, we're going to give the Ghana Institute of Architects X number of CDs, and you have a couple of other big players and so on. So you have strategic partnerships with these people, right? And it gives you more of a free hand to determine how you are going to use the money. But I think in the long run, no matter where the money comes from, whether if it's from private industry or from government and so on, you must have a program, you must have policies and programs and things in place, which your members can buy into and benefit from. And then you need to look again at sort of innovative ways of generating funds. I mean, for a long time, there were a lot of these state-owned stations, and then they were removed from subvention. They had to sort of internally generated funds. So sometimes you need to think outside the box, right, to find a way of generating funds while at the same time maintaining some semblance of independence. I know that right now, the NIA, they are going through the same sort of things we went through, because they are having, in fact, they're even in court now, the NIA and ARCON, Active Registration Council of Nigeria, which is funded by the state. I'm not aware that the NIA receives any serious subvention from government, but I can find out and let you know. But it's a question of, A, identifying sources, preparing a package, which is a win-win situation for both, and then identifying the necessary individuals that have the capacity and so on to carry out your agenda and make the best possible use of those resources.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for an interesting lecture. So I'm wondering, given the importance of the exchange of ideas, I wonder, has there ever been a point in time where the Institute had a substantive journal, like a professional journal that was published, maybe annually or biannually so that people could read? Maybe a platform for debate. Has there ever been such a thing? If there was, what may have led to its collapse? If there wasn't, do you suppose, based on your experiences over the years, that we need one, and how might we begin to undertake such an initiative on a more sustainable basis? I know I've seen some efforts in the last couple of years, but it seems to always start and then stop. But is there any historical precedent?
Well, the Institute has had 2 publications that I know of. The first was our journal, the Ghana Architect. And then we had the Pato, which was more of a newsletter, right? When I was publicity secretary, I think I put out 2 magazines, which were probably the last 2 magazines that the Institute has produced before we did our Jubilee magazine. But there was a time when a lot of this went online. I think during Architect Hayford's tenure as president, we had the Pato newsletter, which was being sent out online, and I think there are efforts being made to keep this going. Right? Why did the journal fold up? There are many reasons for that. A, I'm being frank with you, A was general apathy, right? You need more than a publicity secretary to bring out the journal. There was a lot of legwork involved at the time. So we tried to build up a database of information and articles and personalities. For instance, we decided that there'd always be a section on academia. We'd contact the schools of architecture, let them give us information. There'd be a section on academia. There'd be a section on ongoing projects. Then they would have a profile of an architect, Then I think we're also talking about new products and processes. So we had about 3 or 4 subheadings, right, where the collection of information could be ongoing. Again, it didn't work out, right? Now, I think we are better placed because of these new technologies. You can go online. There are a lot of newsletters that the UIA has a newsletter which goes out in English and French. Everything is online, you see. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just pick from what is there. Right? We have a presence on social media. Right? So if you come out with a journal, maybe even every quarter or every 6 months, but you know that in between, you have all these online publications, which is disseminating information both to your members and to the general public, which should be fine. I did say that the Institute should be dynamic, and learn to respond to the changing trends in society and new innovations.
Thank you very much for the questions. We've had 3 questions so far. Architect Niteko, how should we honor these past members of the Institute who sacrificed to put us where we are now? I mean, any firm recognition so that we wouldn't forget?
Well, I think we started, sometime, was it 2008 or so, we awarded Lifetime Achievement Awards posthumously, to the late Martin Edubedu, who was very instrumental in building up the Institute and also giving it an international profile, the late O.T. Ajiman, and the late Kenneth Scott, even though he threatened to shoot. You see? So that is one thing you can do. You can have posthumous awards, and their family representatives come and collect. They also, people do all sorts of things now. You can have the memorial lectures, right? You can have a plaque of honor at the Institute. These people, this is what they did, and so their names are there. Especially since we are having a new building, we should think about all of these things so that when you get to the Institute, you are already filled with a certain sense of history, And so these are decisions for council to look at and examine and decide on what is the most feasible one going forward. But certainly, yes, they say that a country that does not recognize its heroes is not worth dying for. Substitute institute for country. And I think definitely some sort of recognition. I remember when I visited the house of the late architect Edubedu to tell his wife that the Institute had decided to give him this posthumous honor. You should have seen the lady was overcome with emotion. She wept on my shoulder for a good 15 minutes, you see, because she saw, having traveled with him to all of these meetings, she saw the effort and the sacrifice and the physical and mental toll it took on him, serving the Ghana Institute of Architects. And at that time, I don't even think there had been a letter of recognition, I don't know, but you could see that it meant so much to her. And if you were there at the presentation, when we gave her the mic to say a few words, she didn't want to stop talking. So yes, these are very, very deep things. It may not cost the Institute so much, a plaque and a citation, right? But to the families of those involved, it makes a lot of difference.
Let's give him a round of applause. It's been humbling. So, yes, one last question from...
My name is Yao Bwedi Kunedu from Central University 4th year. So my question is actually relating to the ARC, even though I know that this is GIA. So I realized that for when it comes to representation, that was one of the key themes as you were speaking. I realized black representation of Ghana as well. So I realized for the ARC, KNUST actually chooses one or nominates one person to sit on the ARC. I was wondering if you thought it's important or it's essential for Central University to also have someone, or they both choose one person who would sit on the ARC board, how soon it can be done or how effective that would be as well.
Well, the ARC governing board chairman is here, but if I'm not mistaken, the constitution of the board is actually determined. It states, who should be nominated and so on and so forth, right? I know that for the GIA Council, there is meant to be representation from the schools of architecture, whether it's 1-1 or, but we've had that before, right? But personally, I think it's important that, the schools of architecture at least have a voice in decisions that are taken which may affect them. This is my personal, view.
Let me come in here. The Act is being reviewed, and one of the things that is being looked at is representation. Now, the time of drafting the Act in 1969, there was only one school of architecture. But given that we have two now, and there's a possibility that there will be more, there will be representation. Now, we are now formulating proposals for the review. We don't know what it will come out like, but one of them is to ensure that even if there's one representative of the schools of architecture, then there would be some kind of rotation. So you will definitely have a voice. And yesterday when I spoke, I did say that they would look to the GIA, and indeed, the young ones like you, to all come out with proposals for the review of the Act, because it is now that it is going to be done. So we'll welcome such proposals from you that we will feed into the review. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Architect Daddy. Yes, please.
Yeah, just to add that in the GIA Constitution, there was one school of architecture, but we'll be doing that tomorrow. The review of the GIA Constitution will have Central to come to represent the private sector university. So we'll have KNUST as the public sector university, and then Central to represent. So in case there are 10 private universities, there will always be one representation from the private sector. Thank you.
Yes, so we take the last question and then we can move on to the next.
Thank you very much, Architect Tony. Sir, please, I'm really touched by the rich history that you just narrated to us. My concern is, I don't know whether the Institute is having a library whereby all this rich history that you just told us, I mean, we can display or showcase some of the names and the renowned people who participated in the upbringing of GIA. I mean, we display them for people to come and then have a look, people to come and then see what's happening in the past and then also the way forward. I don't know whether the Institute have a library meant for such activities. Thank you very much.
Well, I did say that I was a member of the library committee and I asked to hold myself in readiness, and I'm still holding. So it's something that the next council could take up. But yes, I mean, you should be able to go to the Institute and have a sense of history and do some reference if it's necessary. So, you know, there are projects that need to be tackled and implemented and phased. So I'm sure it's something that council will look at.
Thank you very much, Past President Nif Teko Evans. I think it's proper for us to be on our feet. Let's applaud him as he takes his seat. Thank you very much. So we move on straight to our next item on the program. The launch of the Ghana Institute of Architects 60th anniversary, a presentation on the outline of proposed activities to mark the 60th anniversary. Ghana Institute of Architects, GIA President or Honorary Secretary? I think the Honorary Secretary should take the podium.
Dear members, on program and on schedule, this being 2022, and obviously having been given the rich history by past President Niteko Ivan Samfum, this organization started 9th November 1962, and obviously we are 60 years this year. And you know, even though we've had all the challenges post-COVID, and now the world seems to be opening, so I'm very happy to, you know, even engage physically. If you remember last year, we sort of had to do an online AGM. Council saw it right to celebrate this 60th anniversary, and the plan for the celebration and why we would launch it today and why we're given this plan is that, as we all know, in October, in the first week of October, on the first Monday of October, I haven't checked the exact date, we celebrate World Architecture Day. It is a plan of council to spend the whole month celebrating architecture through some exhibition that will be held and is being planned. Interestingly, council, as I go out as honorary secretary, come tomorrow, and hopefully when the handing over is done on Saturday, I've been nominated by council to chair that particular committee that will ensure that we'll have an exhibition. So in celebrating the 60 years, and just to maybe give a sort of a teaser, we will be having an exhibition at a designated location for a month to engage the public in the works of architects, in the history of architects. We are looking to publish a book, and when you listen to the rich history that's been given, we're looking to get all the pictures and so on and so forth of these illustrious people who have given their time, their lives to the work of the Institute, and also show the very amazing work of our architects who participate on a daily basis in shaping this country. So that is the plan for the 60th anniversary. Let me say that we'll be coming out to all our members to find out, the works that you've been doing. I know that in the past it's been a challenge with some architects wanting to show our work, and I understand because of the way we are trained. We are not trained to be braggarts like some people are. We are trained to be very, very silent about what we do because our work already sits in the environment. But we'll be coming to some offices and also digging the archives to create a document that will document the works that are already on the landscape of some of our architects over time. Let me also say that the universities are very much a part of this academic work. Will all be put out there so that we can all celebrate our 60th anniversary meaningfully with that exhibition. So with that said, that is exactly what we're going to do in that month of October, and I'll be chairing that committee together with the soon-to-come president and indeed the immediate past president, who are all seated here. So I know I'm very much in good company. But that is the plan for the 60th anniversary celebration. By that, I have introduced it, and I believe my work is done. We'll look forward to your massive participation when that time comes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Architect Augustus. the position of the honorary secretary is one of the positions that when you hold, you want to hurry up and leave. So I sympathize with you. Let's recognize the chairman of the Architects Registration Council Governing Board, Architect Richard Daddy. And then we have from the Ghana Tourist Board, Architect Eko Samson, please be on your feet. Yes. And then Architect David Eban, the Architecture Oracle. Please be on your feet. Please stand up and let's see you. I like what you are wearing. I think it's good. Yes. So thank you very much. We'll quickly move on to the next item on our program. We have a presentation by Honorable Architect Mrs. Gisela Tete Agbotui. She's my best friend. Let me say it for the records, yes. Honorable, permit me to call you with your first name. So, Gisela is an alumnus of Wesley Girls High School. Did I hear anybody say Ish? All right. She was my mate. We both graduated from KNUST School of Architecture in 1997. But that's where the story changes. The rest of it, she has been breaking the glass ceiling. She was a teaching assistant at the Department of Architecture in 1998. We wrote our GIA together in 1999. She did an MBA in marketing at the University of Ghana Business School in 2007. 2008, she did her project management professional certification. And I am very happy to also add that Honorable Gisela holds a certification as an international airport professional designer. She worked with Amalgamated Group in Kumasi. She also worked with Environment 4 and then Akufu and Associates. She later joined the real estate company Gold Key Properties in Accra and then set up Zella Architects in 2008. She runs a lot of projects. She does also a lot of project management assignments. She served on council of the Ghana Institute of Architects in 2002, from 2000 to 2002, from 2004 to 2006, and she served on several boards. She served on the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority board from 2009 to 2013. She joined the Ghana Airports Company board from 2013 to 2016. She was also on the board of Zoom Lion from 2015 to 2021, and the board of Sewage Systems from 2015 to 2018. She is currently the Member of Parliament of Ewutu Senya West, CEO, Ewutu Senya West. And in Parliament, she serves on various committees, including Appointments Committee, which we saw her on TV. She did a very good work. She's also on the Works and Housing Committee, the Climate Parliament Ghana, and the Population Caucus. I am very happy and delighted to welcome my friend, Honorable Gisela Tete Agbotui, please. And she's the first female architect to be in Parliament.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. friends of the fraternity. It's an honor to take the second session talking about architecture in Ghana, the past, the present, and the future. Thank you very much. Tony is right in saying that he's my best friend, and for those who are interested in politics, we are on the opposite sides of the divide. Extreme opposites. But they say what? Unlike poles, attract. But the attraction was before politics. So I'm going to talk a bit about the present, a bit of gloom. We have to face the realities, and we must be hopeful. So former president of the Ghana Institute of Architects, the chairman of the ARC Council, outgoing president of GIA, incoming president of GIA, my mate Foster. I think it's safe to say that our class is one of the groups that have brought the most, who have contributed the most in leadership to the GIA. In recent time. We graduated in 1997, and I remember Tony and I having a chat that, this place, we have to make sure we are where the decisions are made. So, informally, through informal conversations and what do we do? I said, okay, I'll go first. So, the day I was being sworn in, we were being given our certificates. When we're done on this side, then I moved to this side to be sworn in on council. And someone said, how did you get there? I said, but I qualify. Because it was very odd to be sworn, you are now being sworn in, and at the same time, you've quickly been elected. But there was a gap between the time our letters were given to us and the time the actual. So in principle, the letter stated that you had, given your number and so on and so, but the swearing in had not taken place at the time. So, and I think sometimes in life you never know which direction you are being guided by whatever supreme being that you believe in. And that is it. So let's talk about the present. I said there's a bit of gloom because for the past 2 weeks, I believe, even in Ghana, we really experienced heavy flooding, but I'll talk about that later. I'll be talking in points, so bear with me if I go off a bit, but that's because I'm giving examples. I think today we have a bit more to play with, and I'll say that in the sense of, in the past, our designs, implementing our designs, you're kind of a bit restricted by what kind of finishes that you had to play with at your disposal. And I think you would agree with me that there's much more. I mean, wherever we've had an AGM or whatever GIA program, there's often been somebody who is displaying one new product or the other. And then there used to be this building, there used to be the construction fair. There were some building fairs that will also show finishes. Now, I'm saying this because you know that by and large, over time, the finishes will tend to define and redefine the design. If we didn't have the options of all the stone finishings that Elias and co bring, will we still be at the terrazzo, good old terrazzo flooring? Is that what we'll be using? But with time, as we have more to play with and more that comes into the country, and we get access to more materials, I believe we're able to do a bit more. And I think generally, we would say that our design quality has improved. Can we say that? Safe to say. EcoBank head office. It can be situated anywhere in the world. And there are so many other designs that I think my colleagues here have done that, safe to say, we are as international as anybody else is. Maybe the opportunities have not come our way the way they should. But there's a big difference also between urban and rural architecture. That is the present, remember. We're talking about the present. You remember when we were in school, we had this course called Rural Survey. The Rural Survey, whereby you would go to a village, literally map out the whole village, and now propose some economic activity that the inhabitants could take advantage of. That course is one that I can say has really, really helped me in this political profession, new profession or vocation I have taken. Because I have a rural constituency, as I can call it that. I'm not in Accra, I'm not in the urban centers, but I have some town centers, I have some towns that are growing. But by and large, architecture in the present is all about, and the past and the future will still be about solutions. And I remember that rural survey course really it's like when I see something in a community, my mind quickly goes into autopilot. Okay, what's the problem? What's the solution? What can I do? Is there a design thing? What are the various measures I can take? And I want to bring the distinction between urban and rural architecture because I live it every day. I live it, I experience it. For all the designs that we do, for all the modern designs that we tend to come out with nowadays, I don't need to remind you of how progressive we have become. But I want you to cast your mind back to the villages where your grandparents, where they come from. What has changed since then? But we tend to, because we are overpopulated in the urban areas, and we virtually have no presence in the rural areas, we feel that does not really fall into our domain, but it does. When there are disasters, and I'm going to be using my personal experience for a lot of the examples I will give. When there's a heavy wind, rainstorm, and the roofs in the village blow off, that is rural housing, isn't it? That is how the weather has affected rural housing. And that is housing, except that it's in the rural area. And if you see the quality of rural housing, then you know what the villages look like. The local carpenter, he's just doing whatever he has to do at that point to get a roof and get his money and go. There are times when I've thought that, no, I better gather some carpenters and sit with them, and we're going to actually let's reconstruct a roof. Let's take it off, reconstruct, and I show you why this is not this. I don't have the time for that, but sometimes there are days when I want to do that, because I feel that the quality of rural architecture could also be a bit better. Now, the law of constituency and district dynamics, you know that there's a small town growth. We have the main urban centers, all right. There's Accra, Kumasi, and all that happens in the peripheries. But the other part of Ghana is in the rural areas. What are the types of architecture that are exported from the urban to the rural? Take, for example, designs in education, educational buildings. Very often, where are they got from? ASL have these standard designs. They've been there for the past 20, 30 years. The six classroom block has not changed. The CHIPS compound design has not changed. But that is the character of rural architecture. And those buildings tend to be very important buildings in the rural communities. Now, that is also fueled by the local economic growth and what people can afford to do. So their housing, for example, will be a reflection of their purchasing power and what they find. And how they now combine the finishes. Sometimes you can get into a space and you're like, hey, this is really a clash. But I'm like, I can't bring my architecture I can bring it, but at some point, you also have to be tactful. I'm saying this because, is there a way that we have operated in the urban areas so much that we've left the rural areas for anybody? particularly the draftsmen, to have a field day. But also, what will incentivize us to move into those areas to do something? You remember there have been discussions about architects going to the district assemblies. We've been talking about this ever since I was on council. As to how to operationalize it, we're still trying to figure out. But I hope I'll give a suggestion or two on that, because I think that it's time to move in and make certain changes. So again, architecture in the present, for a lot of the government works that we get to do, the government determines. You don't always have the flexibility of a new design. You may be doing post-contracts, and the designs are given to you, and you just have to go and supervise the construction of it. And unfortunately, that cuts across. And I think we have to have the conversation whether we think we want to be proactive or reactive as we've been in the past. Do we think that it's time for a new 6 classrooms block design? Do we think that it is time for a new design in totality? If I recall, during 2015 thereabout, when the E-blocks were designed, that was meant to be a compact secondary senior high school where all there were classrooms, science labs, everything was in that block. And they called it the E-block because one of the elevations showed the E's reflected. And design is relative and very subjective. So what somebody may think is nice, somebody may think, no, this is not, it could have been better than this. In the same way, in Kwame Nkrumah's era, when there were those standard secondary school designs that Fijai had, Infantiman had, Ghana National had, a lot of the secondary schools had a particular design. And yet, we seem to be okay with that. So do we open up the conversation on this time, this is 2022, 60 years after GIA, can we help them to do something better? But it is our colleagues who designed it. But that is when you talk about the power and authority you have to make a change and even suggest a change in that. And so sometimes a colleague as a technocrat in a ministry may not be able to, for fear of victimization and other things, your voice really cannot go far. But as a collective in this institute, it's time to have a discussion with Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Education. They are putting up some STEM academies. Call them STEM academies now. I don't know who designed them, but are we okay with them? We have to have that conversation. And that is the present. Because what we're doing now defines the future. So I've talked about the rural survey and how valuable it has been to me. And it helps you with much better stakeholder management. Because every member of parliament is a development agent, whether you like it or not. You have a bird's eye view over your constituency like that. And anything happening at any part of the constituency, you're one of the first to get to know. 2 days ago, some bridge collapsed. And then a journalist sent me the videos. Madam, have you seen this? I'm an MP. I don't do bridges. I don't do roads. But you are the first point of call. And he sends it to you. And if you don't react in a way, he can send it out. And then they'll now say you're not doing your job. So you end up becoming a de facto development agent, whether you like it or not. So if you're a development agent, surely a bit of technical knowledge also works to your advantage. And talking about technical knowledge, I'll now move to networks. And technical networks. In this room, there's a gentleman sitting here who has been of tremendous help to me. He's looking on his phone. But when I had the idea in my constituency to be able to start a tourism industry, because I felt I had the ingredients, but can't quite put it together. I should be able to, but I've got so many things on my plate. And I called Echo Samson. I said, Echo, Charlie, you're at Ghana Tourism Development Authority. Can you help me with things? So, Giz, don't worry. He drove to my constituency. He went to every single location that could be of touristic value or interest. And he said, okay, we'll do it like this. It's still a work in progress. But I'm saying this because the next thing we have to talk about is that same rural survey and how it helps opening up a local economy. Because I have a constituency which is near Accra. After Kaswa, you go to Budubram. I'm next, Awutu. A lot of lands are being sold. Accra is going in that direction. A lot of people are buying plots, building their own houses. It used to be a very rural community. It is now, a lot of lands are being sold. So what do the farmers, what is the next livelihood going to be? In 10 years' time, what will they be doing? The lands may be gone. So you always have to be thinking ahead. And this vocation, let me put it that way, gives you have the flexibility to have your own vision. And so when you have networks and colleagues like Echo, and please thank him for me, you have try to help out because they see a sister in need and they know that she has something good. And so architecture in Ghana has different dimensions. So by the time I'm done thinking about it and he will give me the guidance, then that's where the architects will come in. And whatever it is that they feel they can design of touristic value, then that now moves to. So I'm taking you back a bit that it's not always usually the usual commission that, somebody says I should do this for him, I should design this. It doesn't work like sometimes you have to literally go back and start there. You're starting from below ground zero, negative, raising it up to now make something out of it. Sustainability in development. Yes, apart from the energy renewal, the green architecture, and all those, can we look at how we're going to determine that a place's initial character remains the same? The story of the kiosks. The kiosks that have lined just about every street. Even if you have a gated community, right outside, you have your security post, right next to it, the kiosk will start to grow. Gated kiosk communities. But just imagine what it is doing to our streetscapes. And we don't seem to have any control over it. And that is architecture in Ghana today. So you can have a $1 million home, but just 50 yards outside the gated community or whatever is a squatter settlement. It's also a whole line of kiosks. And then that almost becomes a blemish on the perfection that you are trying to seek in your whole design. And that's why I call it sustainability in development. Not sustainable development alone, but how are you going to be able to keep that character going forward? In 5 years' time, how is that character going to retain and remain? And that is what we should be thinking about the present. Because if we don't do something about some of these things, I don't know what our future is going to look like. Maybe Cecil can throw more light on that. And talking about kiosks, do you remember the housing census? Last year there was a housing census. It said 20% of the structures are kiosks. 20% of the structures are kiosks. That should be of great concern, because that means that our cities are gradually being enveloped, if I can use that word, by kiosks. But that is also a reflection of the local economy. That kiosk is somebody's business operation center. And then the night is converted to a sleeping place. And man must survive. And so at some point, the city authorities too, I don't know whether their bylaws don't work or they become helpless. And for one or two reasons, maybe politically, they also don't have the muscle to be able to move them out of the way or put them at a particular place. Can there be a kiosk city? And then now that discussion now goes to affordable housing. I don't want to go there. But the census should have given us a lot of data on the building types, including housing. And I believe, as an institute, have we even taken that census and crunched some numbers or done some analysis or studied it a bit better, a bit more, even to put our opinion out on that census? Because I believe that if we have an opinion coming from the Ghana Institute of Architects, the government will listen. And they may take some of our good points into consideration. Remember, they don't know it all. And sometimes somebody can make themselves the chief advisor and is giving them even the wrong information. Meanwhile, the beauty about an institute is that we are collective. And I remember when we were on council in the early days, I just used to like to, when the president, I think Mr. Amprechum was, Architect Amprechum was was our GI president then. And as the most junior architect around the table, so I'll just sit there quietly and listen to this person's opinion, just listening around to all the opinions, because I also wanted to learn from, they were masters, as Niteko talked about. And if you are fortunate to get that chance to sit around the table with people like that, you pick up very quickly and you learn a lot. So back to the housing census. I think we need to do a bit of justice to that document and that data. And surely, I'm sure we can even make some suggestions to government about what we think the candidates themselves can pick up from this housing census. And we're talking about the present of architecture in Ghana, the present state of architecture in Ghana. We cannot discount that. Now, much as we always say, yes, we are custodians of the built environment, we built the environment, we designed the environment, but the natural environment has almost been left on its own. Do you agree? The natural environment is left to whoever has ownership of it. And that is why today Achimota Forest, and I'm not going to go much into it, it's a bit too political, but that is why today Achimota Forest, someone does not realize the relevance of losing a forest and things that it can just give up, and they call it the periphery. They knew the value of that green lung in the city and all the pollutants that daily are being soaked in by that Achimota Forest. I think somebody will think twice. When we stand in Parliament, you look to your left, Osu Cemetery is actually very green. There's a lot of trees in Osu Cemetery. That's another, fortunately, that one, nobody will touch that one because it's occupied. But other places, we really need pockets of green. And we need intentional pockets of green. And I think that discussion, we need to come out of our comfort zone about built environment issues and move into that arena. Remember, landscaping is part of our courses. And if nobody says it, we, the architects, need to say it. The beauty of the environment, of the built environment and natural environment moving together, we can redesign it. Design it and redesign it and make it fit for purpose. But I think as architects, we need to come out and be a bit more vocal on the natural environment. Don't leave it for people who don't have the collective groupings like we are. Otherwise, by the time you realize, it has vanished. And we'll all be saying, where is it? But we saw it happen and we didn't say anything. So we should add the natural environment to our built environment discussions. I said there'll be a bit of gloom. Is there a bit of a systems failure? Is that what we are going through now? I would say a bit of yes and a bit of no. Because there are people working in our district assemblies every day. And they are trying to do their bit, development control. But you know that by and by the signs are there. The flooding has intensified. Places where flooding should not be, they are even there. On the other hand, sanitation issues, they kind of go side by side whenever there's flooding. Remember that the size of drains, for example, they were designed for a particular volume of water. They weren't designed for a volume of waste. They were designed for a particular volume of water. And here we are with waste and water mixing together and still squeezing through those drains. And even the drains are not enough to carry the water and refuse wherever they should go. So just think about what has happened. So your beautifully designed and built housing, offices, industrial buildings, whatever, can just be finished with one flood. And there's nothing you can do. When the National Cathedral is done, that place is a bit elevated, so you won't have that problem. Imagine the National Cathedral with all the hula baloo, beautifully designed and built. And there's a flood around it, and it's like Noah's Ark. And what can you do? What can we do? The water will fill the basement. And then everybody says, Accra is flooded, Accra is flooded. But look at what's happening at Dabraka. Imagine a mechanic who has about 20 vehicles in his workshop, and that night it rains, and your car is one of them. What would the guy do in the morning? What's he going to tell you? Even your insurance will not even cover that damage. But this is where we are. And it comes to a time when everybody is trying to shift the blame. I remember a colleague on the Works and Housing Committee says, we should go to Adabraka and go and... I said, I'm not going. I won't go. And I had that in mind that I was not going to go. I'm not going to go and do another inspection where I cannot do anything. It's not going to be another talk shop. I'm not going to stand there, get a camera in front of me, say something on the media, and then we're back to square one. I saw the MP of Honorable Zanato. She was going from house to house because it really affected her constituency. I could empathize with her. But beyond that, what can she do as an individual? But she goes to empathize with her constituents. But the bottom line is that, is there a systems failure? What have the district assemblies done or not done over time? What have the various ministries that have oversight of drains, generally the whole built environment, what have they done over time that has taken us to this point? And I think the works departments of district assemblies maybe have to be a bit more, I would say, empowered. But how much can they do? Because the head may be a district chief executive who should do XYZ at the instance of somebody else. So the whole system, there is a problem with it. But remember that the built environment is part of that system. And how the system works efficiently or inefficiently, it's going to affect our work. And so like I said, you can have a $1 million home, and then the whole environment in the neighborhood is the value of $1. Remember, there are a lot of bad roads. In rural communities like ours, we have issues with water. I have some communities, about 20 of them, that have never had electricity. And I'm not far from the capital. And that's just mine. Every member of parliament will tell you he has communities that don't have electricity. Maybe the urban areas are okay. But those of us with rural communities, we don't have that. And this is 21st century. So at some point, you are trying to chase up, electricity. Oh, I need this in this community. They will say the population is not enough for us to bring electricity. So the question is, but they still need electricity. Because when I go on community engagements, the young men tell me that, man, we have to charge our mobile phones. And the guy is holding a Samsung phone like mine. And he's telling me he has to charge his phone, and he's right. And they also tell you that if things were working here, we won't go to Yanko-Krukesim. We won't go to the big towns. We are okay where we are. But because of the hassle and all that, we have to go. So this systems failure is something that we need to critically think about because we live in it. And it is part of the work that we do. And sometimes there's a lot of talk. At what point can the GIA help? Trust me, if you give good advice, the government, they will listen to you. The minister was here, was it yesterday? After running from one function, because I was at the same function, and he had to rush here. If you give him good advice, he will listen. He's not blocked his ears. But that must be given maybe as a collective, and go to him and say, listen, I know you're having these challenges. They want to establish a Ghana hydrological bill, but in the short term, that may not solve the problems. So you can actually go have a seek audience with him and tell him that we know you are doing this. And maybe don't do it alone. Do it with the Ghana Institute of Engineers. This is what we know you're trying to achieve, but we just want to bring to your attention A, B, C, D, and he will listen. Because he also wants solutions. Otherwise, his job is on the line. So this systems failure is something we need to think about a lot. And how do we, as architects, as a collective, what can we do to be able to assist this systems failure, reboot, regenerate, and turn things around for the better? Because if we don't get certain things right for the present, it's going to get worse. And I think we're in a position to do that. let's talk about war and warfare. And although we're talking about architecture in Ghana, when I look at the Ukraine, the way Russia has been bombarding Ukraine, it reminds me of, my mother is from Hungary. And so sometimes we used to go visit her sisters. And I remember summertime when you go, there's all these fruits in the garden, strawberries, plums, apricots, whatever fruit you want, you can get. They harvest them, you're making jams, you're making, all those things. When I look on CNN and I watch all these villages in Ukraine, bombed left, right, center, just imagine the whole family heirlooms just vanishing in that way. It's not easy for them. And imagine, you can design the best building, the best office building, with all the nice awards. All it takes is one Russian bomb. That's all it takes. And all you have left is the debris, the carcass standing there. All your glass will just shatter. So just imagine the effort you've put into designing that. And that's where the influence and authority that Nitego talked about comes in. I'll come to that point. Because we can't keep on sitting on the fence. I'm sorry. 2 architects in parliament out of 275, just Kwame Agbodja and myself. And we are even in the opposition. And we are the minority. If you had representation of our own, the majority, maybe they could speak truth to power. That's when power wants to listen. So talking about war and warfare, yes, we are watching what's happening in Ukraine every day. But right up north in Boku, 1 minute there's a curfew, another time the curfew has been lifted. One time somebody's house is being touched because, the thatch roofs, they use thatch roofs for it, and it's very easy to catch fire. There are threats of terrorism. I'm sure you've seen on social media some letters going around. It is real. Because we have been given some briefings. Got to a time, the separatists in Burkina were just about 18 kilometers from the border, Boku, that border, the northern border. That is not far. And so the threats of war, terrorism, and so on and so forth are real. And just imagine what happens to our beautifully designed and built buildings just out of that political decision or indecision. So it comes to a time when architecture in the present needs to sit up and decide which table do you want to sit around and be part of the decisions that are being made. 60 years of GIA, I think it is time that we increase our numbers in that regard. And that doesn't mean everybody has to go to parliament, but you have to be able to be at a table, around a table where your voice can be heard. If you're a strong institute, they have no option but to listen to you. But if you are weak, nobody regards you. So let me talk about social entrepreneurship. That is very much what people will start saying, I'm a social entrepreneur, and someone forms an NGO, and they are doing this, and they're doing that. But let's just ask as an institute, over 60 years, what have we done for our communities? Over 60 years as GIA. There's been individual efforts, but as a collective, let's think about what we've done for our communities, where we practice, where we live. There was a time when we wanted to refurbish a building near the lighthouse. We went there with all the pomp and pageantry. After that, we didn't go beyond that ceremony, I think. For we can do something small. Start from somewhere. Because I'm an, in quotation marks, opposition MP, I have to think outside the box. Central government may not come and do certain things in my area for political reasons or otherwise. The national cake is not enough for everybody to share. So I have to find other ways and means of getting things done. Has GIA even thought of doing one CSR in a community? Anything. It doesn't have to even be a 6 classroom school block. It can be a KG, a kindergarten. Agzenis had a kindergarten designed in my constituency by the former member of parliament. And I was like, okay, this is very welcome. But that was just one, and somebody built it. So let's also think about what we think we can do in the communities that we either live in or we choose one. We can even vote. Where do we want to go this year? This year we want to do something in Boku. This year we want to do something in Savannah region. This year we want to do something. And I think if we put our mind to it, we can do something. Somebody talk about the resources, and I'll come to that. When the president said, it is Sikaso, a comedy, I think GIA, that applies to us a bit. Have you thought about endorsements? Foster, the Ghanaians of Architects endorsing official agent for Consentino, endorsed by the Ghanaians of Architects. That endorsement fee, just look at what the footballers do, the football associations. See the endorsements they get. Sometimes I think that we can use that to leverage. People want to be associated with you, with us. So I think you should look at that avenue of endorsements in the built environment. Even just the few exhibitors who are here. Imagine if you, so that it's not a one-day wonder. They just come for the AGM and then they are gone. This product is endorsed by the Ghanaians of Architects, and there's an endorsement fee. I remember 2 years ago or so when we had the AGM at the conference center, I remember they did a presentation on the revenues, the income, the revenue and expenditure. I looked at the revenue, I said, for this one, GI will not go anywhere with this. And true, we stall, but there's more potential than we can do something, Foster, right? So just think about that. Just that, so that it's not abused. And then I'm sure there's, apart from endorsements, there's something else that we've not thought of. And you and I, we are trained to think and find solutions. Even on the Telegram platform, somebody should just say, how else should GIA earn additional revenue? And I'm sure somebody will come up with something. And I think sometimes we're a bit too inward looking. We are inward looking. If we had endorsements, even these advertisers, these products that are being advertised, tell them you want to put did you put an advert in the papers? In Daily Graphic for the AGM? Maybe we didn't. But imagine, people still read the newspapers. The ministries still buy newspapers every day, and when you go to reception, they are on the desks. So people still buy the papers. Or we assess what other medium can we be advertising in as a collective. So sometimes I think we're a bit too inward looking, and I think we need to expose ourselves a bit more. We have a lot to offer this country. By and by, I realize more. And sometimes your opinions are really valued because they see that you're coming from a technical point of view. And there are so many technical experts, but you studied it. So let's look at something, a corporate social responsibility, and do. Let's give back. Let's do something to give back. And if we really want it, you can actually put the decades together. All right, those of you who finished in the 90s, this is what we're doing. Those of you who finished in the 80s, this is it. Those in the 70s, they are older. You see, need to take those age group. They'll tell you they are retirement. They'll tell you on their retirement. Pension. When the Western Girls alumni groups get up to do something for the school, you'll be amazed at what results. The alumni has contributed more than Ghana government to that school in recent years. When I was there as a student, I left in 88, 6th form 88. We didn't have all girls groups doing this and that. But from particularly, I don't know when, I can't recall when it happened. But every year group does something. Somebody's trying to do a water plant. Somebody's doing a borehole. Somebody's giving tanks. They're always doing something. I'm sure if we take our membership decade by decade, or put 5 years together, and then we are literally competing amongst ourselves, surely something will come up. Do you agree? Maybe we've not challenged ourselves enough. And then we need to talk about our relevance, rethink our relevance. Now, I know I'm sounding a bit gloomy, but sometimes you need to really take a step back and see your status and your position, where you are right now. Because in moving forward, we need to change a lot of things about us. So we tried having architects' representation in the district assemblies, and there was faced with quite a bit of resistance. But we too should try the path of least resistance to get into the assembly. I remember we had a meeting once and I gave somebody a lift. The guy worked at TMA. He says, but madam, you people, you want to come and take our job from us? I said, no, we don't want to. We have our own job. We just want to help. But then I realized that he thought we were going to be in competition. When I got appointed on the district assembly in my district, that was about 2015, 2016, thereabout, the DC said, oh, sister, me here will be technical. I just need someone technical to give me some advice. Even though the works engineer is there, I would appreciate if you could. So I don't really have the time. It's okay, you meet just once in 6 months. We ended up meeting once every 2 months. Then it became once a month. But I just felt I needed to help because he asked me for technical advice. And whatever I thought I knew, I could bring it on board to share with him. And he listened. And that was more of being a government appointee in an assembly. Maybe we could try that way. We should insist on being government appointees in the district assembly, because government appointees, they are still government appointees in the district assembly, although they are very political. But there should be a route, that path of least resistance, which we should try and find our way into, because we want to help. Although you go and face resistance because somebody feels they're going to take his job. But let's have a rethink of how our approach is going to be. Because if we see a system failure, and we also sit back and say we're all going to fold our arms and watch, where is Ghana going to be? I think it's also time for GIA and ARC to do a SWOT analysis. I remember, where is SM? I remember when SM started his firm, he said something. He said he got a management consultant to do an assessment of his practice, and it really gave him an insight in certain things that he wasn't doing right and that he had to correct. At some point, we may have to get that kind of person to also come and advise us on what we need to do as an institute. We don't know it all. You studied architecture. If I recall, there was no course called management. We have all used Takashi to learn management. True or false? So let's do that SWOT on ourselves and see where we stand. In politics, we do it. I had to do a SWOT on myself. SWOT means finding out your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. My opponent also did a SWOT on himself. Because if you don't do that, you don't know where exactly you stand. Then you now take your whatever remedial actions that you want to take. So let's redefine our relevance. This is the present. And I think if we don't do it now, take the bull by the horns now, in 2, 3, 4 years' time, you'll be shouting from the rooftop. Nobody will even hear you. So Foster and your team, you're going to be charged to do that. Make us relevant. Maybe you have to do a bit more PR as well. And so I'm sure we can look at that and go out, talk outside, beyond our 4 walls. Be a panelist on a program, and a TV program. Let your council members, there's media. I'm sure you can find them. I'm sure you deal with them because when we have programs, you invite them. Tell them, I want to be a panelist on your program. Maybe I can come once a week or once in 2 weeks. But do that and be part of the discussions. So people will see your thinking and what solutions that you also have to offer. How far is our sphere of influence today? If you don't have a bit of political influence these days, I think you will agree that you'll be on the back burner. You'll be on the back burner. And Ghana is very polarized and very political, and we cannot keep on acting like we've not seen or we've not heard. But we really need to get ourselves into the game. Now, some of you may also not want to take the chance of going to stand for an election, because it's a very big risk that we take in doing that. But nothing good comes easy. And nothing good is going to come easy to any of us. We'll face resistance. Like I said, there are people out there who feel you're going to take their job. No. That's not what you're doing. You're just trying to help. or contribute to building a better Ghana for everybody. But let us just think how far our sphere of influence as architects is. How far does it go? And what can we do to make the leadership listen to us? And when they listen, when they are designing something, say, no, hold on. Call this person to be in this meeting. And it should not be when they were reviewing, the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation was reviewing the building regulations. Architect Foster was there, Architect Round, myself, Architect Kwame Agboja, he's also a member of parliament. But between the two of us, Honorable Agboja and myself, we could get our points in very much because they knew, the other committee members knew that that is what we've been doing for, that's what we're trained to do. So reviewing the building regulations, about 5 architects in the team. And yes, there are other practitioners who are joining, but they see where we are coming from because you are there to make your point. If you're not around the table, how are you going to make your points? By the time it's reported speech or it is said for you, it may be too late. So it's important that you find a space around the table. Let us do a SWOT of ourselves after 60 years. It's a good time to do it. And the time to do it is now. And let us be realistic. And if it doesn't look good, doesn't matter. We have to start rebuilding from somewhere. And sometimes there's always a few dedicated people who tend to hold things together. The next time we are coming for this, let's make sure we pull 5 people each. 5 people each. 5 colleagues. Let's find a way to draw them here. My former boss, Mr. Theo Soa, it was because of him I'm sitting, he's looking behind, right? One reason why I joined GIA Council was because of Mr. Soa. Because Mr. Soa had this, it wasn't a habit, but whether by default or providence, he worked more with female architects than with male. He had just 1 male and then I think 2 female architects, but he always encouraged female architects to work with him. I tried looking for a job at another architect. In fact, someone said, if you work with this man, you will cry every day. Foster knows where I'm talking about. He said, the man will make you cry every day. So when I went to Mr. Soa's, and he was so nice, and I was like, oh, this is relief. But he literally introduced me to GIA, because I think he was the past president of the GIA or so at the time. Before. So when he's going for GIA meetings, I have to put his papers and things together, or his files. So I carry his files following him. And so I kind of got interested in, maybe if I'd worked with somebody who wasn't interested in GIA, maybe I would not have been, but because I worked with him, and he was going, I'm following. And then I'm picking up, bits and pieces. And I said, nah, Tony, we have to be around that table. And that's how it started. So for those of you here in this room, those of you watching online, I think, and there are a lot of people on the platform, some people talk a lot. They always have a criticism or one way or the other, but the solution is what we need to build a stronger institute, to build a stronger crop of architects, to get more exposure. Now, I like when Niteko was talking about the times of when they used to go for a lot of these conferences, AU, UIA. They used to go to Nigeria a lot, I remember. And I was like, what is in Nigeria that these men are always going for? But actually, the conferences there were very relevant. And in this global village, you need that exposure. So, Foster, you have a great task. I know you are capable. You yourself have the exposure. Like me, you also did an MBA. So I think you have a good mix of skills yourself to lead the GIA at this time. And anybody who gets elected to join him should also know that this is a turning point. I think it comes to a point, this is a turning point. And we really need to make sure that we support our leadership. As much as they are good leaders, they are also good followers. If they are bad followers, the good leaders will suffer. And they won't get anything done. And the negative followers will always be complaining. So I think it comes to a point when we also have to, yes, we are busy. Everybody is busy. Everybody is trying to do this, trying to survive, but it comes to a time when I think let us just take a stop and see what we can do for our institute, see whether architecture in Ghana is going anywhere in the next 60 years. And I think together and collectively, and some of us are always available to give whatever guidelines we can give and whatever support we can give at any point in time to make sure our institute is stronger, because after 60 years, we can do better. I almost wasn't here because I was also, when you talked about the Commonwealth, there's also a very strong Commonwealth Parliamentary Association globally. And I was supposed to go for some training with the CPA, which has been deferred. And so when you talk about the Commonwealth, I can appreciate the depth, the need to link our institute and stand firm with all those associations. Sometimes you think that is a waste of effort, a waste of time, but you'd be surprised how another institute out there sees you and has that much respect for you as an association. And I think we need to earn that back. About architecture, I'm just wrapping up now. About architecture, about the past. Is it not time to have our own museum? It can be a virtual museum. Think about it. What is it that we can do? We've been thinking about aviation, having a museum on aviation. And even that, we have a few things to be able to put together. How much more a virtual museum in architecture also? I've been trying to do a museum in a fort I have in my constituency. I've discussed with ECHO. And that's what I was talking about, the value of a network and how a colleague can help a colleague to just achieve a certain aim. So let's think about the outside the box. And on that platform that we have, and whatever chance we get to, everybody should bring a suggestion. And you put them all together, you filter them, and I'm sure that, Foster, with your leadership and with your dedication, because I know personally how dedicated you are, and with your team's dedication, we should be able to move the GIA forward. And architecture in Ghana at present will not be as gloomy a picture as maybe I've painted. But we should also look at the sunny side. I always tell my constituents that I don't like to look at the glass half empty. Unfortunately, I had to look at the glass half empty in this room. But let's start looking at it half full, because I think there's hope. And I think individually and collectively, when we put our efforts together, and if we get mentoring our students, if we get that also right, because they are the next generation, I'm sure together we'll be able to do a lot for our institute and for the country, because the country needs us to give that guidance in the built environment. And don't forget to add the natural environment to it. Thank you very much. Tony. Thank you very much. Please sit. Please sit. Thank you.
I'm sure the women have questions. Akusia, you have a question. Thank you.
I don't have a question, but I want to say that I also worked with Mr. Kofi Osowa, and he's also the reason why I am so interested in the GIA, because he also used to drag me to all the meetings as well.
Well, they have forced me to say, you see, I've said here before that I'm a very lazy person, and you didn't believe me. That's why I dragged them all along, because they did all the work. Yes, mostly I use them like my handbags. Each time I just grab a handbag, and they did a lot of work. But on a more serious note, I think as Gizi was talking, and Gizi, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm so very proud. I just put down a few points from what you were saying. And the maturity you're showing and displaying here is fantastic. And I still say I'm proud of you. You see, but you said something about the platform and criticisms of some people and whatever on it. Now, fellow architects, when you have the, thank you, when you see the criticisms, don't be angry. They are only telling you what probably you are not doing well, or you are doing, but you are not presenting it well. So don't get offended. Respond to the criticisms positively. And I think it will help us if you should do that. So that's what I have to say about that. Now, I just put a note down and said, what is a strong institute? What makes a strong institute? And I'm happy that Gizi has given quite a few things we need to do to get a strong institute. Talking about the SWOT analysis, I think it is important. So, President, I think you have to take that into consideration seriously for us to see how bad we've been doing or how well we've been doing. Then, of course, we'll be able to do something about it. I've just have here remembering what Nitego also spoke about some time ago when we had something on the television showing what you could do in terms of construction on the site and whatever, like teach, do-it-yourself kind of promotion, you know. And I think it will very well, because I have an example to give you. I happen to be on some committee for the Anglican Church, and I chair the technical committee of that. And we've seen that lots of, many of the priests take it onto themselves to be architects and engineers, and they are also managing the purses and everything and whatever, you know. Quite a complicated thing. I didn't know priests to be like that till I got close to them. But we decided that we would give them some workshop and teach them what to do, how to acquire the land, what to check before you go with the acquisition, and the building design, the construction, and whatever. And it will amaze you how interested they became. And they were asking all sorts of good questions. But you see, they were also thinking about their own personal acquisition and doing with it. But at least, if they know it, it will also help the check. So you'll be amazed if we were to start something like that on the... that was Niteko talking. I went out a bit and came back, so I missed the session. Niteko was talking about the meeting, the AGM being outside and so on. So I think if we try it, we shall win. Both you, Gizi, and I belong to an association where we meet sometimes outside Accra and whatever. In fact, I was in charge of training some years ago and also last year as well. And I tried doing the training in once in Kumasi, the other one in Sunyani. And you see, you only have to put some sweetness on it, and you find people following you to go there. Book accommodation there and get rebate. Let everybody know that this is what is happening there. Put some tourism package together with it, and even tell them that there will be pork and goat barbecue and this and that. No, you'll find out that we'll follow you and come to wherever the meeting will be. So I believe that it is possible to do AGM outside Accra like other people have been doing. Then this one, talking about the gated communities and then the kiosks. I just asked myself, does it probably mean that we have not designed the gated communities properly and left something? Because what service is the kiosk giving outside the gate? So if we had remembered and provided that service appropriately in some way, maybe it will not be what we are talking about. Then you were talking about the green Achimota. I think as an institute, we need to be interested in the green areas. Look, it pains me to see the green area we've lost in East Legon. I know that for some time Rawlings was fighting against the loss, but I think he couldn't manage it again. And there are buildings along there. You know, from the East Legon police station along the motorway, it used to be some great green area. It's no longer there. But we have a voice, and we can also say and tell them what it means to have green areas. Then the last point I want to talk about is concerning the district assemblies and whatever. President to be Foster, I think we talked about 6 weeks ago. I was talking to you about some particular issue, and we went into that thing. Do you know that the assemblymen are development agents? And what training do they have for that? So what can we do about it? Remember, we spoke about that as well. You know, so maybe we need to do something to make our presence felt, and even be felt along where the assemblymen are working, because they are development agents. And what do they know about that? Some of them may know, but most of them are just ordinary folks picked out there, and politically they are there. So we can do something about that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Past President Theo. Questions? I think this was the first contribution. Akosia absconded. Any questions for Honorable Kizela Tete? Mr. Sapon, let me go to your students first. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you once again for this opportunity. So when you mentioned the rural developments and the rural survey and how you thought about developing areas like that, and also how you wanted architects who are registered in certain decades or certain years to be able to fund certain projects, I thought maybe we could link that to education architecture schools, such that students actually work on real-life projects which are in these rural areas funded by these architects in certain year groups, which would actually give students real-life experience on how projects are actually done in Ghana.
All right.
Thank you. Honorable, would you want to respond to that?
All right, so I think I'll start from the bottom. I'll start from what you just said. Makes me feel that we'll get free labor from the architecture students. That means that the students can be. There were these American volunteers who came to build a kindergarten in my constituency, and they were youth between age of 16 and 19, high school students, and they were the carpenters, and they were the masons, and they were mixing mortar, and they were. Are you ready to do that? You're ready to do that? Okay, because I think it's also necessary for you to have a hands-on experience. For real. So, Richardson, take note that this.
I have a picture of them.
And you've taken their names, good. I think it's a fantastic idea. That collaboration, it could be, and it could start. We could start early, but I think we shouldn't be overly ambitious. Let's start with something small that we think we can do. And you know, when you have sites to supervise, you can talk to the contractors. The contractors who are working, they also are willing to give. Are there some boxes of tiles? I said this when I used to take the classes for, what do you call it? Yeah, yes. Those taking the GI exam, yes. That, are there some, what is the CSR? You remember? Talk to the contractor. I'm sure there are some boxes of tiles left or something. You can get something from them. Even as the contractors are, listen, I'm doing this for this community. Can you support? You'll be surprised. They will want to help. How many bags of cement? Somebody says, I can give you 30. Go to a quarry. Tell them that this is what you want to do. You know, when I do it, it's political. When you do it, it's okay. So you can try that route, and I'm sure we can come up with something. Now to Mr. to Mr. Sowa's comments, I agree with all of them. Like I said, when you learn from the masters, you agree with your master. You don't always have to disagree. But to be fair to Mr. Sowa, thank you for your mentorship all these years. We need to build a strong institute. That I think we all agree. And we also need to occupy a bit of the media space. When we had the Build This Right, that was a nice program, but we had issues with sponsorship. But times have changed now. And I'm sure we can do everything ourselves. Look at the equipment we have at the back of this hall. You'd be surprised that we can literally put everything together ourselves. Instead of what we had to do before, we had to go to a production house, and there was a lot to do, but I'm sure we can even do it now. So let's consider whether it's to build it right again, or we change the name, but people would love to know what to do, because they're looking for answers and they don't know where to find them. And I think let's make ourselves relevant by doing that. And the association Mr. Sowa was talking about is Rotary Club. Rotary Club is purely voluntary. And there's a lot of volunteerism that goes on. And for those of you here who are Rotary Club members, I know you have to pull out from your pocket from time to time, but there's a lot that you're able to achieve. So first, give it a try, and I'm sure if you even look at that model, I'm sure you can pick up something from that. I think Mr. Sowa has said the rest, and I don't need to belabor the point, but training, local capacity building is very, very important. And I think you can look at that. Gather some assemblymen. If you like, come to my constituency. Say you want to talk to my assemblymen on some capacity building, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to listen. Because when there's an issue, they're the first person to be called, and the person is there, he has to use Takashi to figure out what can be done. Some use experience, some have construction knowledge, others they just have to find, go along with that. So I think such workshops are very, very good to do. And you find sponsors. You just have to literally list all the possible sponsors who can take care of that. And I'm sure if you come to my place, I'll support my assemblymen. So the cost is really not on you. You just have to bring yourselves as resource persons. And then you'll be surprised what, and if you do this in other district assemblies, I'm sure they will listen. What we need to do, if I may suggest, is go see the Minister of Local Government. He will listen, because they have oversight of the district assemblies. And then we can start the conversation from there. If not, use the parliamentary route and also help you to have that conversation. But we need to have it to establish our relevance a bit better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for a wonderful talk. So I think I have a two-in-one question. The first part deals with, so you've done an assessment of the present, in a sense, and I'm wondering, what would be your assessment of the state of the young architect? So let's say those who are like 1 to maybe 5 years out of school, because it's obvious to me listening to you that those first years were very important formative years in who you became. So what would be your assessment of young architects, and what can we do to make their state better? The second thing has to do with what Architect Amfam alluded to when he said not everybody has to be a practicing architect. And you've also mentioned that, for example, we could set up cameras ourselves. So it makes me think that there's some sense in which we need some diversity within the institute. Now, in your assessment of the present condition, how do you think those diverse group of, let's say, skills, or those diverse groups of professionals could plug into the institute? Because it seems as if sometimes the emphasis is on, like you say, I think Architect Amfam alluded to it, the emphasis is on, just finish school, work with an architect, become your own architect, practice. But what if somebody wanted to go into film, for example, and still wanted to plug into the institute somehow? Do you think there's some potential there to explore? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I would say, when I used to take the class of careers, for those of you who I did it for about 6 years, so quite a few of you must have been in the class that I took. And I always talked about this diversification, if you recall. Because my late father was a medical doctor, but he was a gynecologist. And he specialized in that in the early 70s. My late mother, was a pediatrician. She specialized around the same time. Just to give an example of when the doctors started specializing in different areas. But we, for a long time, tended to just have BSc, PGDIP, GIA, there we are, shipped ready for the market. When I did my MBA, it was my husband who literally pushed me that I think you need to do something. You need to do something in addition to what your architecture. He tried it with a friend, an architect friend, and after about 3 weeks, the guy said he doesn't want to be in the class again, and he didn't continue. And then he tried it on me. I was a better experiment. Now, it will help you yourself. You see, there comes a time when there's not enough space, everybody's jostling for relevance. And the difference between you and the next person, yes, you may be producing the most beautiful designs, but at that point, it's like a pyramid. Isn't the lower space a bit choked? Think about it. So what can you do to climb up and get up to another level? It can be through your work experience. Depends on where you work. But after some years, you realize that no, you could have some paperwork to go with this. When I was on the board of the airport company, it was one director who told me that the way you've learned about aviation so quickly, you have to leave here one day with a certificate. You can't just be the ordinary board member who comes and goes. Yes, it was a political appointment, but he said, you can't do that. I will be on your case to do something, madam. And then about 2-3 of them agreed, yes, you have to do something. And I said, hey, I don't have the time to. He said, no, we will help you. And that qualification was a very difficult one to do. I went for a course in Miami. By the end of that 1 week, I sat in the reception. I said, what the hell am I doing here? And when I called them, I said, Charlie, this work, I know it fits. I said, no, you finish the first one, continue with the other 5. And they were online. And I literally took 3 weeks off office work to study for that. And those of you who have done something after KNUST and Central and your basic BSc, GIA, and PGDIP or Masters and GIA, you know how as you grow older, it's not that easy to learn. I think you know that. Your brain is not as fresh as it was at the time. And it was difficult. But at some points, now I appreciate that, the value of that. Because if there's something to do with aviation, in Parliament I think I'm the only person who has some expertise with a paper, with a certificate in aviation. So if my colleague, and some of them may not even know what you do. When I went onto that committee that Foster came on, one lawyer said, I never knew you were an architect. I said, well, it's not written on my face, but yeah, that's what I used to do before coming to politics. So you never know when your skills are needed, but you have to be ready, and you have to position yourself. And I'll give another example. When Professor Mills, so yes, I'm quite aligned. I'm aligned to the NDC now. At that time, I didn't drink deep. It got to a time I discussed with Tony that the way things are going, I'm labeled, I'm branded. This work, you drink deep or taste not. So I have to go all out. And I remember going to lobby for a board position because you got to, it doesn't just come like that. You must figure out where to go to ask for. So I remember going to see somebody. It was a minister at the time. And he said, me and I MBO. So I just finished last year. Oh, Dema. Okay, I'll just CV. Leave your CV. I'll see what, let's see, we'll see what. So, but all my places are taken. I said, that's why you keep my CV. The next time I heard it was an announcement that I was on this board. Somebody asked Tony also, what is an architect doing on that board? Civil aviation. The biggest deliverable at the time for our 4-year period was an aviation training academy. And the DG said, Gisela, me, I fly planes. You build buildings. It's way there, over to you. See to it for us. So it just shows where, at that particular time of your expertise, it was the MBA that I think gave me the leverage to be in a certain position. Because maybe the architecture degree alone may not have given me that. at that point in time when the person had to take a decision. Oh, I didn't know you had done an MBA. I said, I have. And then the next time, there you are on another side. So you never know when, and Tony and I have had this discussion many, many times before. And so you position yourself, do what you have to do and position yourself. As for the diversity, I think that there comes a time when there will be too many with the same degree, too many with the same qualifications. There has to be a difference between you and the next person. And they may not always show in your design. You may not have the chance to even build it. So what's it going to be? The assessment of the young ones, young architects. Tony, just a minute. Like a lot of young people these days, sometimes they're in a bit of a hurry. It took us a while to get to where we are. It took us a while. I've been practicing since I was 27. We finished university at 27. And we've been at it. And it's not always a bed of roses. And it's not always that you get what you want. For Senna to be almost close to finishing her PhD, finished. 2 months, 2 years. All right. Anybody to be close to doing their PhD, it takes a lot of effort to do that. But you can break it down into 5-year intervals. And I always used to say, when I was taking that class, I said, every 3 years you have to do something. You have to learn something. And there's so much out there. Now you have so many online courses. In our time, you didn't have it. When we were going to university, there were only 3 universities. KNUST, University of Cape Coast, University of Ghana. When you are buying university forms, you buy for all 3. Because you never know where exactly, which one exactly you're going to get. Now there's so much to access to courses. 2 days ago, I met a gentleman, Paul Ninson. Some of you know Paul Ninson, the Daikan Center, Humans of New York. And he was also in KNUST, and now he does photography and filmmaking, and he's into so many other things. And I just had so much admiration for where his skill has taken him. So you never know where that skill will take you. Sometimes you need to take your time and learn from the masters. You need to take your time sometimes. Some people are in a hurry, and you can be in a hurry, and you go crashing, you go and hit a wall. When it now bounces back, you're now trying to figure out, what did I do wrong? Someone doesn't like me. So it's not like that. So sometimes take your time a bit, but get good mentors. And people are more willing to mentor these days. In our time, like I said, because I work with Mr. Soa, it came to him automatically. He was such a fatherly figure that it came to him automatically. Some people may not have access to the Mr. Soas or the Nitekos who were doing that when we were doing our thesis. When one supervisor makes you cry, miraculously comes around that particular day to make you feel that what you did wasn't that bad after all. So we've gone through some. So I'm just saying this because you have to think where your strengths are. Man, know thyself and figure out where you think you want to see yourself in. I never planned to be a member of parliament. It wasn't. My older sister was the member of parliament, and she said she was not going to contest again. So I saw an opening, and I took that chance. That was soon after I stood for vice president here, and I lost by some 5 votes or something. And I'm sure somebody thought that, what's wrong with this woman? Even simple GIA elections, you lost, and you are going for such a big fish to fry. But I knew what I was, my sense of conviction and what I had, and I learned from the mistakes of this one. So I think a lot depends on you, where you see yourself. And some of it you will not know. Divine guidance, yes. Wherever you pray for direction, yes. But the people along the way who help you and shape you and guide you, I think you need to take a step back sometimes. But give yourself like 5-year intervals. So 5 years after school, I've done this. You will not get a car straight after school. You may get a car straight after school. It depends. There was a job at the department that they took all of us, we were teaching assistants, Foster and myself, they took all of us to be part of that job. The job that money gave me, I was able to pay 3/4 of my car. So it just came by chance. It wasn't the plan. So some things are luck, some things are prayed for, some things, are positioned for. I hope that answers your question, that a lot depends on you, but I wish that everybody takes a step to be a better version of themselves. And as students, you are 2-3 years to graduation, perhaps. From that point, who are in this room or which architect do you know that maybe you think you want to even link up with? And I'm sure they will listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, a round of applause. We have a few of our members joined online. There is a question. No, Honorable, you are not done, please. Or you want a chair to sit on?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, all right.
I'm used to standing, don't worry.
All right, okay, thank you. So, our own architect, William Oting Kranting, popularly known as Soti, just said, he sent me a few messages. I'm watching on Zoom. I'll be here tomorrow, but I have a question for Honorable Gisela Tetteh. How do we form a formidable operating structure to motivate members to create a better business model in both technical and creative development? Soti is very unkind. Honorable, should I read the question again?
No, it's okay.
Okay, thank you.
So Ghanaians, we answer a question with a question, isn't it?
Yes.
So I would also tell Soti to be the first to bring the proposal on that. Soti has enough experience working in diverse companies, not only professional practice areas, real estate, and so on and so forth. But I think that it's a question that I cannot give an off-the-cuff answer. It needs a bit more thinking and needs a bit more analysis for us to know what model exactly will fit us from this time going forward. I would like to listen to what Cecil will say tomorrow. I think Cecil is tomorrow.
No, this afternoon.
This afternoon.
Yes.
What Cecil will say this afternoon. And after he's presented what he thinks of the future, I'm sure it will give a clear picture from the past, the present, and the future. And with our own, putting our minds together, I'm sure we'll come up with something that should work.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause again. We'll take 2 more comments, questions, and then we go for a break. Snack is ready. Doc, I'll come to you just for a moment. Let me just take a quick comment here, then I'll come back to you, and then I finish off there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think yesterday, today, we've had a lot of talk about collaborating together in building the institution forward. And even talking about the question that came, how can we develop a business model to help sustain the growth of the institute? I'm thinking about this. If the GIA can take up bigger jobs and then see how we can match up the older architects, in forming partnerships with younger ones, because the older architects, I believe, have the network and then have the links as previous and experience as the previous speakers have spoken about. And then the present architects may have the technology know-how with the use of the Revit, AutoCAD, and other softwares. Then they can team up together. And then the future ones, they are more into softwares, 3D modeling, and other things. We can match up our experiences together and then take up bigger jobs, bigger projects, and then do. Yesterday, there was also the need for us to collaborate with our sister institutions, the engineers, landscapers, facilities management, project management, a whole lot. These institutions, we need to, like we discussed, we can work up our work streams with them, take model schemes together, and then do it. And once we do such model schemes together, we will then see the need for involving them in our projects. Most of the time, because we work in architectural practices alone, we don't see the need where the engineer comes in and which engineer you would need at a particular time when you are having a project. But once we work out these work streams with them, it helps us to identify and then network with these engineers to help build the institution forward. So that is the little thing I want to say concerning that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, would you want to give a response? Or?
Yes, well, thank you, Peter. Like I mentioned earlier, the business model that we need to look at, I like the suggestion that Peter has brought up. It's brought my mind to targeting. We are different generations, and every generation have its strengths and weaknesses. And I think we need to literally set up a committee of some sort that can quickly look at what business models would work for the GI now. I've given little bits and pieces of it, suggestions to it. Peter has given one. I also talked about how we can get more revenue through the endorsements. But again, that cannot be just said just like that. I think we have to be a bit more meticulous with that approach. And I'm sure we can be able to come up with something that can fit our current situation and our current circumstances. I think you agree with me on that. Thank you.
Just a very quick comment. Thank you very much for inviting me for this amazing meeting, and I'm glad I was able to come. I'm privileged to have met my seniors, Architect Soa, and my colleagues. Where's Niteko? He's gone. And to meet most of you today, and my teaching assistants and my lecturers and my students. I joined Central a couple of months ago, and I've had an amazing reception. My role is very basic. I'm now responsible to help train the new generation architects, and I'll need all the support from the GIA as much as I can. Our doors are open. Anytime you want to come to Myocho, you are welcome. Our students need you, and most of the things which you've said is what we've been telling them. Now you've heard from the experts, but there's something which I've observed as I go around Tema, where we are based. It's the living in a $1 million mansion and coming out to meet the 1 million CD kiosk. It appears that happens everywhere, and I'm hoping that the younger ones will see. I'm hoping that the younger ones will see that approach and develop new concepts so that this can be eliminated in future. I'm also very much honored. One of my philosophies has always been to have at least one architect in Parliament, and now we have 2 in Parliament. I'm sure that one day we might have some more in Parliament as well. Oh, I'm sorry. To my mom. Okay. And I'm sure that in future we'll have more. Niteko was my student. Okay. But basically, I'm great. As I said, I'm greatly encouraged, very, very much encouraged. I'm focused. I think I have an idea of what I want to achieve with my students. My background is mainly research. I specialize in hospital design, educational building design, and real estate design. And I'm trying to infuse that research knowledge into most of my students so that most of the things that they will come, hopefully in future, will be research-based. They will know exactly what they were doing, just as you said about the village survey. My senior lecturer is hiding over the architect's sapon. And one of our to-be researchers is also sitting there. Emanuela and another colleague has just won, an award. Is it a scholarship or an award? A fellowship. Can I pass it on to Emanuela, please?
Thank you. My name is Emanuela Kujo. I'm a teaching assistant at Central University. So, as Adine was saying, a colleague of mine, his name is Jonathan Agbe. and we applied for fellowship. We were selected. Among 66 applications, they selected 6 of us. Unfortunately, 2 of us are from Central University. And this fellowship is about documenting and researching post-war modernist buildings in Ghana. So the goal is at the end of the 9-month-long fellowship, we would put out papers and detailed reports on the modernist buildings we discovered in this country. That's basically it. Thank you. It's in line with preserving our history. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Emanuela, that's not just it. Emanuela had first class last, and I sometimes it rubs off you. Okay, I taught her myself. Okay, good. All right, thank you very much. We'll take the last comment and then we can go for the break. We have our refreshment is actually going bad. It is. I think everything is all natural, that kind of thing. So we have to go and eat, and then we come and listen to Cecil, and then we can finish off for the day. Mr. President, with your permission. Yes, last question.
Thank you. You've had experiences relating to academia and industry. From your experience, what interfaces do you think will ensure continuous working relationships between academia and industry presently, particularly in the area of research?
Yes. I think I should pass the question to Prof to answer, because he's a researcher. I'm not a researcher. I mean, at some point, you should define where you stand.
She's looking for votes.
Man, know thyself.
Okay. I think it's called begging the question. No, we don't say passing the buck. We say begging passing the buck. We have a lot of information in academia, but that information is often not transferred to industry. Industry is often not aware of what we're doing, and most of them are not prepared to support us. I can talk about a pile of research which has been done over the years about so many things which we are prepared to give to industry. And we welcome them to contact us, because the more we do not often go past the HR stage. And we just want them to be able to contact us, knowing that we have the information that they want. It's there, it's piled up, it's in the archives. And some of them are really going to waste. I hope I've answered your question. I hope so. Yeah, okay, go on.
Prof, let me ask a follow-up question. Research and support should be complementary. If you do not identify a need that industry would be interested in, it will be difficult to sell. Now, so do we have to change the kind of researches that we do to make it a bit more in line with the needs of our society, instead of going along a tangent of just, not just raw academia, but let's define the need so that it can be relevant. Because basically, I don't know whether my question makes sense.
In academia, every question makes sense, please. I'll give you a very basic example. It's flooded in Accra for the past 60 years, and we still don't have a solution. I know that there's a pile of information which can help Accra solve its problems. And we require industry and government to come and ask us. That's the bottom line, because you have the information. As I said, we do not go past the HR stage. And as Gisela said, if we do not make ourselves relevant to government or to industry, they will not listen to us. They will say we are book-long people, but we are not book-long people. We are here to help. I think that's a fair answer.
Now, I would plead that we end here. I know my honorable registrar, please. Okay. Because we want to end here, and then when Cecil comes.
Yeah, thank you. Just to assist with trying to answer the question, let me say this. When it comes to research, there's something that is very important. You must have a well-defined research question. And at times, it comes out from experience. Let me cite this example. I worked with a seasoned architect, but I realized we had a problem managing our clients. And, you know, growing up and then finding myself in the academia, I decided to focus on managing stakeholders, okay? And a lot of my publications are on stakeholder management. And I've realized that people thought that design is just about talking about success of a project, is just about meeting the clients, you know, this and that. But I realized that your ability to manage your stakeholder, making him satisfied with the way you relate to him, plays an important role. And so now what I'm doing now is that I've lived in ADRC, and I've realized that living in a place that is close to an institution has an impact on the whole community. And so I'm researching into an area. I'm looking at the impact of this on our community. So at times when you're in the academia, you look at what is happening around you, try to come up with a well-defined research question, and you start trying to research into that area. Thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause.
Tony, I think
yes,
Annie
please.
let's give Annie just the last one, then we wrap up.
Okay. Somebody is twisting my arms from the stage.
We are glad there still exist people who can twist your arm, Tony. Okay, Tony has returned the pawn. Okay, so I just wanted to kind of comment to what the good dean also had to say. I think the dean's response was more to kind of also point out to us that the more we flex this muscle we call the institute, I think the better connected we all become. And I'm so sorry I missed part of your presentation because I was really looking forward to it. I think the thing about this is that we need to realize the kind of capacity that we have as an institute in being facilitators of some of these things. Research, education, and industry are always two disparate things unless they are joined together by this anchor arm of the institute. And there's a lot that we're all looking forward to being able to contribute within one term or the next. But what we have to remember is that if we don't place ourselves in the role of facilitating, it's going to be very difficult to achieve a lot of these things. Where the dean mentioned this issue of floods that always come about, and we keep talking about these perennial floods. For 60 years, we've been talking about perennial floods. And it's never, I think the realization we have to have here is that the present is it's a constant changing thing. It's always fluid. And it takes us realizing that we're informed by the past, but then also guided by an idea of what our future has to look like in order to kind of tackle and grapple the present. So once we're able to do that, once we're able to admit to ourselves that we need more exercise as far as understanding our advantages, yes, but then also our strengths as a collective professional body, the better it would be for us all. So we're really looking forward to the incoming council and what we can all contribute towards this effort.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think it's in order. I feel very sorry for the incoming council. I remember when I was just about finishing O's, anything my mother, oh yeah, what would you do? Oh, may your way after O's. Oh, may your way after O's. The next council, you have to do everything and you have to solve every problem. So I wish you all the best. Honorable, I think on behalf of everybody else.
Before you give your vote of thanks, I just need to respond, one last response.
I thought there were comments. I'm sorry. Honorable, please.
That's why I can get Tonio. When he uses my title, he respects. When it's Gizzy, it's me and him. Now, I just want to talk about the research and academia. Yes, you're doing a fantastic job, and you have research piled high. You see, when the woman who is selling in the market has gone to buy her tomatoes, they are perishable. If she doesn't find somebody to buy, they will get spoiled, and they'll get rotten. And who loses? So we have everything. We have the research done on maybe just about almost every problem that we can think about. BRRI, I'm sure, has, if they were to really file their archives, it will be bigger than the buildings they actually have. So think about it. If somebody's not coming to you, what do they say? Muhammad going to the mountain. The mountain should come to Muhammad. Take a day that you decide that you want to do and discuss this. Currently, there's flooding. I think the Minister of Works and Housing is not, he doesn't sleep, just thinking, where is it going to happen next? So if there's a solution, try book an appointment. If your channel, the channel through will go through the institute. If that doesn't work, there are other channels to go through. But you can have that audience, and you'll be surprised what somebody just needs to listen to your solution, because they don't know it all. And the bit about academia and industry, there has to be a conscious tie-in. And academia should not sit aloof and say, we have the research. With all due respect, and industry sitting there and say, we don't need the research. There has to be a connection, because we do. We've come to a point where we've maybe been too aloof and too separated, that it's time to bring it together for better results for this country. Because with all the research that has been done in this country, I'm sure if even half of it were implemented, we'd have a much better Ghana as we speak. Thank you very much.
Oh, you still want to leave? All right, thank you very much, everybody. Snack is served. Please, when you walk out of the gates, the ushers will direct you to the point. I think it's just outside the hall. Pardon me. How many minutes? No, we'll be back in 30 minutes. Yes, exactly 30 minutes to start the afternoon section. Yes, so it is 10 minutes past 2. So we should be here 2:30. We will call by 2:40. We start. Thank you.
Aqua is a complete bathroom solutions under one roof. We have faucets, sanitary ware, flushing systems, showers, shower enclosures, whirlpools, freestanding bathtubs, inbuilt bathtubs, spas, saunas, and steam solutions. So this is a manhole cover. It comes in round and square. We have composite and cast iron. We have the rooftop drains, kitchen galley drains, green traps. Then we have the AquaQ Max for industrial or warehousing or port areas where you have a large surface area with heavy duty trucks passing. Then we have a monoblock drain, and we have the shower channels and for the various types of drains for both garage, entrance, balcony, etc.
Visit our showroom at Plot 34 Main Spintex Road, Accra.
Welcome to Stone Depot, Ghana's most trusted in natural stone, custom fabrication, and distribution. We produce from premium quality marble, granite, and quartz slabs procured from around the world. Stone Depot is also proud to be the official distributor of Cosentino products in Ghana, Southstone Quartz, and Decton Ultra compact surfaces. Our factory in Accra is geared with state-of-the-art machinery and professionals who can assist in customizing different stone shapes and sizes to suit your unique needs. We fabricate and install your unique measurements and templates exactly as you want them. Our professionals have mastered this age-old trade and guarantee the precision, quality, and beauty your project deserves. Between 2019 and 2020, we've supplied the Ghanaian market with 24,000 square meters of natural stone and created over 100 new jobs. Over the years, and with thousands of satisfied clients, Stone Depot has placed itself as the most trusted natural stone fabricator in Ghana. Our professionalism is displayed in works such as the Signature Building, the African Regent Hotel, the National Memorial Monument for the late Jerry John Rawlings, the Tribute Memorial Statue for the late Major Mahama, Imperial Homes, and Clifton Homes. At Stone Depot, we are always one step ahead when it comes to innovative trends and technological advances in the natural stone fabrication market. We were first to recently embark on the development of epoxy resin-based terrazzo slabs. We invite you to discover the endless possibilities that we have to offer for all your upcoming projects.
from where if you from Messia, Memetremu. Minutes come on boss, so any 1 year crack. Fantasy Nana pay.
Midika catch your code DBS. And also the banner show off as a phone. DBS for credit material for Faber Fan.
ColorLink Plus. A day is you are boss of a DBS for a boy.
Nah, DBS and Sano.
Young DBS for you see DBS for one chance in beer. The ball dance one and you be a mepe. Boga, I no crack. ColorLink Plus. A material beer. DBS Aquafair Free Europe Abba. Yet the ball dance one. And Fedi, GDI Munti. Amount 20 years warranty. 20 years warranty. 20 years warranty. Look, me down about a new one you. Company Bessico boss. Apa. A Fedi. Nasa ColorLink Plus material we say so. It was self-cleansing properties beer. In Suota, na a hokrono. I would them swa. What them like? No. Say DBS forward. Sad the passage ya me. Munko to me down so. And the party about won't come and play no and carry. From if you from Messi, I remember them. Minutes come on boss, so any 1 year crack. Franchising Nana pay.
Midika catch your DBS. And I saw the banner show off as a phone. DBS for credit material for Faber Fan.
ColorLink Plus. A day is you are boss of a DBS for the boy.
In a DBS in Sano.
Young DBS for. You see DBS for one chance in beer. The ball dance from Empa and you be a mepe. Boga, no crack. ColorLink Plus. A material beer. DBS Aquafair Free Europe Abba. Yet the ball dance wa. Enfedi GDA yo munti. Amount 20 years warranty.
20 years warranty.
20 years warranty.
Look, me jam about to new one you. Company be siko boss no. Apa. Afedi.
Na sa ColorLink Plus material we say so. It was self-cleansing properties bia. Insure ta na ahokoro ne ho. Awo dem so a, wo dem na no.
Say DBS forward. Sa di pa say dia me. Munko to me dia na so. Adi pa di oba won ka mprenu an carry. Former if you from Messi, I remember them. Minutes come on board, so any 1 year crack. Franchise in Nana pay.
The Kaka see Uncle DBS. And also the banner show off as a phone. DBS for credit material for Faber Friend.
Color Link Plus.
A day is you are boss of a DBS for the boy.
In a DBS in Sano.
Yanko DBS for the DBS for one chance in beer. The board dance one. Empa enubi na mepe.
Boga no cre Color Link Plus. Material bia DBS akofa free Europe aba. The ball dance wa. Emfedi GDA ye wo munti. Amount 20 years warranty.
20 years warranty.
20 years warranty.
Look, me jam about ni 1 year. Company be siko boss no. Apa afedi.
Na sa Color Link Plus material we say so. E was self-cleansing properties bia. Insure ta na ahokoro ne ho. Awo dem so a, wo dem na you.
Say DBS forward. Sa di pass dia me. Munko to me down so. At the party about one can imprenu and carry. from if you from Messi, I remember them. Miss Kabama boss, so any 1 year crack. Franchise in Nana pay.
The Kaka see Uncle DBS. And also the banner show off as a phone. DBS for credit material for Faber friend.
Colorlink Plus.
A day is you are boss of a DBS for the boy.
In a DBS in Sano.
Young DBS for you see DBS for one chance in beer. The ball dance empa enibi na mepe
boga no cre Colorlink Plus material bia DBS akofa free Europe aba the ball dance wa emfedi gidia ye wo mu nti e ma 20 years warranty
20 years warranty look me jam about ni 1 year company be se ko boss no apa afedi
na sa Colorlink Plus material we say so e was self cleansing properties bia insuo ta na ahokoro ne ho awodam so a wodam na nyunu
se DBS forward sa di pass dia me Munko to me down so. And the party about won't come and play.
Hi everyone, my name is Kunal Ram, Director of X Interior Design Limited, specialists in drainage and bathroom solutions. Over the past 12 years, X Interior Design has successfully provided bathroom and drainage solutions on projects in industrial, residential and commercial fields all over West Africa. Our vision is to be one of the largest bathroom and drainage solution providers in the whole of West Africa. We represent global brands such as Jaqua, Oli, Glass, Akko and Salgar. Our products are readily available in Kumasi, Takoradi, Tamale and Accra.
Jaqua is a complete bathroom solutions under one roof. We have faucets, sanitary ware, flashing.
The next session. Okay.